Jeg gav bogen til ham. Jeg gav bogen til ham. I gave the book to him, or I gave him the book. So when you're doing a transference, it's very common that we use till, like you're passing it on from one person to the other one. De gik ned til stationen. De gik ned til stationen. They walked down to the station. Now this one is very easy because it's direction and location. So that's pretty much the same as in English. And then why we say ned, that is a little more complicated. But we do that a lot in Danish. Like ned, even though it's not physically down, just because we're going somewhere. Sometimes it's up though. Alright. Din moster kom hen til mig. Din moster kom hen til mig. Your aunt came over to me, or she approached me. And moster is, by the way, mom's sister, like mors søster, moster. So hen til is like over to, approaching, near vicinity, that is. Temperaturen er steget til 24. Temperaturen er steget til 24. The temperature has risen to 24. Alright? So this is like a point, like you reach a certain point that is also til. Right? Same as in English. Til 24. Fisken kom op til overfladen. Fisken kom op til overfladen. The fish came up to the surface. It's pretty logical, eh? Again, it's going somewhere. Up til overfladen. Up to the surface. Very nice. Alright. Jeg gik til højre. Jeg gik til højre. I walked or I turned to the right, the right side. I could also say til venstre, to the left. So that's actually the same. Til højre, til venstre, because it's direction. Very nice. Kast bolden til ham. Kast bolden til ham. Throw the ball to him, or throw him the ball. Like you're playing football, like in the room. Let's throw or catch the ball around or whatever. And then you're like, kast bolden til ham, to him. Yeah. All right. So here we have. Skubbede du til mig? Skubbede du til mig? Did you push me? Did you shove me? It's kind of the same to us. Like physically. Not push like pressure, but like your body and his body kind of thing. Skubbede du til mig? Sometimes it'll be without the tail, but that's more advanced. Explaining it is more advanced. Skubbede du til mig? Jeg prikkede til ham. Jeg prikkede til ham. I tapped him. Like on the show, like doop doop, hello, like that, or on Facebook. It's so annoying when people do that, but it's the same. Like at prikke. Jeg prikkede til ham. Jeg sparker til bolden. Jeg sparker til bolden. I'm kicking the ball or kicking at the ball. That's more of an English matter how you translate it, but that's often how you hear it. Til bolden. Right? Hun fløj til Italien. Hun fløj til Italien. She flew to Italy. Now this is pretty basic because again, til, location, going somewhere. Easy. Jeg kørte til Tyskland. Jeg kørte til Tyskland. I drove to Germany. So again, going somewhere. Right? All these are very easy as you can see. Vi sejlede til England. Vi sejlede til England. We sailed to England. Same. Han flytter snart til Danmark. Han flytter snart til Danmark. He's moving to Denmark soon, or he's soon moving to Denmark. Yeah. So all of these, like these last four, Italian, Tyskland, England, Denmark, like all these, it's the same point. Right? Now flytte is a little bit different. You could also use within a country, like til en anden by, to another city. But yeah, like from one point to another, we use til. So remember that. Alright. So this is a little bit different. This is like non-physical, and like the the other ones were kind of like to a point, and like somewhere, a location, or physical relationship. But these are more like non-physical, and if that doesn't make sense to you, then you'll see when I go through them. Nu er der kun en uge til jul. Nu er der kun en uge til jul. Now there's just 1 week to Christmas, right? So like 1 week until. Right? 1 more week, that's what we're saying here. En uge til jul. Lad os tælle til 10. Lad os tælle til 10. Let's count to 10. Right? So that's pretty easy. That's pretty much same as in English. Count to 10, tælle til 10. Right? Notice that it's tælle, not tal, because tal means number, but tælle means to count. Right? They're similar, but not the same. Alright. Det er tid til at lave mad. Det er tid til at lave mad. It's time to cook. Now this one is so useful. Like, tid til at, it's time to. You can use that so much. Like, it's really, really useful. Nu er det tid, ikke? Now it's time. But when you have the action afterwards, you gotta have tid til at. Ikke? Det er tid til at lave mad. Tid til at gøre det. Ikke? See more here. Er det tid til at stoppe? Er det tid til at stoppe? Is it time to stop? Call it a quit or whatever. Ja. Er det tid til at stoppe? Ja. Hvem har du ringet til? Hvem har du ringet til? Who have you or who did you call? Right? So this is kind of similar to English, at least in my understanding, but still different. So, hvem har du ringet til? Who did you call to? Kind of like that. If you just say hvem har du ringet, it doesn't really make sense. Right? Doesn't really make sense. So, hvem har du ringet til? Right? If I called someone, I would say jeg ringede til ham. That's the past tense, ringede. Jeg ringede til ham. Hun ringer til mig. She's calling me. You gotta get the til. Alright, awesome. Hvem snakker han til? Hvem snakker han til? Who is he talking to? Right? Because again, it's communication, something from one person to another. Hvem snakker han til? Beautiful. Hvad sagde du til ham? Hvad sagde du til ham? What did you say to him? And again, this is the same point. Communication, exchanging, passing on, yada yada. You know this by now. Hvad sagde du til ham? Now, note that in these videos, I speak pretty slowly when I pronounce these sentences, just so you can get it. But in real life, it's going to be much faster. And I know that sucks, but sometimes I have to strike a balance, and this is how we do it now. I have other more advanced videos if you want to hear like natural speed Danish, but this is a little more basic. Alright. So, lad os skrive et brev til din far. Lad os skrive et brev til din far. Let's write a letter for your father. Now, this is interesting. I guess in English you could say to your father as well. But in Danish you can only say til. And if you said for din far, this is such a common mistake. That would be like, I'm writing it so he doesn't have to write it. Like I'm doing it instead of him doing it. That's different. We do say for, but that's like a favor. But this is like dedicated to him. So when it's dedicated to someone or made for someone, then we use til. And this is a big difference from English. Also with like food or presents, it's like noget til dig, something for you, not noget for dig. No, we do say for dig, but that's different. So yeah, pay attention to this because it's really important. Alright. Jeg glæder mig til på lørdag. Jeg glæder mig til på lørdag. I'm looking forward to Saturday, or I'm looking forward to it being Saturday, whichever you want to say. Right? So, jeg glæder mig til, and some of you know this one, others might not, but it's basically like, I'm looking. This first one, right? Now you have the English meaning here, so you know what it's supposed to mean. And the meaning is, my friend is coming in 10 minutes. Right? So, how do you say this in Danish? Well, there are some different ideas here. The first one is, min ven kommer i 10 minutter. Ho ho. Min ven kommer i 10 minutter. Min ven kommer om 10 minutter. Yeah, you got it in advance there. Min ven kommer om 10 minutter. Min ven kommer af 10 minutter. Min ven kommer af 10 minutter. Min ven kommer ved 10 minutter. Ved 10 minutter. Now, this time you got the answer in advance, but why? Why is one correct and another not? I can think for a second. What sounds right here? Right? Yeah. Of course, it's min ven kommer om 10 minutter, because when you are counting down, when you have something that's going to happen in the future, you say right? Min ven kommer om 10 minutter. Yeah. You might be tempted to say i 10 minutter, because you're thinking like, oh, in 10 minutes, and in, that is i. But that is not right, because i 10 minutter would be like he's coming for 10 minutes. And i is what we're using when we're doing something for a length or duration of time. So like, I could say, jeg ventede i 3 timer. Like, I waited for 3 hours. I is how long you're doing something, not how much time is left. And of course, it's not a 10 minutter. And it's also not ved 10 minutter. Alright, see, this is all about getting you to think, because yeah, you can see the answers and you can see what's correct, and that's cool if you can guess it. But why is it correct? That's what it's really about. Alright, cool. This one is, it's too cold today. Right? Now that's a lie in June, but anyway. So it's too cold today could be, det er for koldt i dag. Det er til koldt i dag. Det er for koldt i dag. Det er for koldt i dagen. Now, there's some problems here, obviously, with 3 of them. How do you say it's too cold? It's too cold today. What is the way? Yeah. Think about it. So here's the thing. Det er for koldt i dag. Right? Det er for koldt i dag. Because when something is too much of something, like it's a problem, it's an excess, it's more than it should be, then we say for. Could also be like for varmt, for stort, for hurtigt, for billigt, for dyrt, any adjective. Right? Or, maybe it's too many, so it's for mange. Right? So, you might be tempted to say det er til koldt, because you have like 2, but it's like, nah, that's not right. Yeah, so det er for koldt. And the third one, you see koldt you see i dag in one word, and that is just, we never do that. I think it's always 2 words. And i dagen, that's completely whack. You can't say that. Dagen means like the day. But, yeah. Alright, let's move on. So this next one, sometimes the computer skips ahead for me, so that's why you'll see those things. Okay, this one is, do you have some water for me? Oh, that's a nice question. Now we know water is vand, of course, but there are many options here. Har du noget vand for mig? Har du nogle vand for mig? Har du noget vandet til mig? Har du noget vand til mig? They sound pretty similar. Let's take a second here. Let's think a little bit. Yeah. What do we do? What do we do? Answer is, Har du noget vand til mig? Why is that? Well, it's basically because when it's a resource, when it's something allocated or dedicated to, then it's til. In English, it would be for. Right? It's kind of like, det har jeg ikke tid til, eller har du tid til det? Do you have time for that? Where in English, you would say, well, yeah, obviously for. Right? But we have to say til. Yeah, so that's a very big difference between Danish and English. Yeah. So you cannot say noget vand for mig, and you could not say nogle vand, because nogle, that is for countable. I think it's plural countable, like waters. That would be completely different. Water is a mass, and we don't count it typically. So, and har du noget vandet is also whack, because vandet or vandet means the water. And you cannot say, do you have some the water? I think that's no, that's a no-go. So yeah, think about that. Alright, we move on to this one. He loves his parents. Okay, that's nice. So, first one is, han elsker sine forældre. Han elsker hans forældre. Han elsker sine forældre. Han elsker sin forældre. Again, they look very similar. Let's think about it. What is the right one? The right one is... Yeah. The first one. Right? Han elsker sine forældre. Because sine is for plural. Right? And why is it sine and not hans? Because hans would be his as in another man's, right? Or another guy's parents. That's the whole thing. When it's third person, and that's han and hun, or the person's name, then you say sin or sit or sine because it's their own. And if it's their own, then you say sin, sit, sine. Yeah. And the third one is also wrong. Like, han elsker sine forældre, because it's not supposed to be two words. It's just one word. Right? So it's forældre. Because if you say forældre, that's not really a thing, but it sounds like for older, or like elders, because ældre also means older, like jeg er ældre, I am older. Yeah. And of course the last one is wrong, because it's seen. Seen would be for the singular, but he has two parents, so therefore it's sine. Yeah, that's how it is. Alright, super duper. Let us move on. So, this one is I trust you. I trust you. What we got here? We got jeg tror på dig. Og jeg stoler på du. Jeg har stolet på dig. Jeg stoler på dig. What is correct? What should I do here? Well. Jeg stoler på dig. Now here's the thing. You see something like jeg tror på dig, and you know that tror is what? Believe. Right? So it's a little bit different. Jeg tror på dig is like I believe in you. And jeg stoler på du, that is whack, because du, that is the subject, when he or when you are doing it actively. So that's different. It has to be dig, because it's an object. It's the receiver of an action. And jeg har stolet på dig is just, yeah, you can say that. Right? Awesome. Let us move on to... Oh yeah, this is kind of crazy sentence. I had a lot of fun with this. I love men who don't work. Yep. And when I say work, I of course mean that they don't have a job. I don't mean that they're like having a malfunction, if that's what you're thinking. Alright. Jeg elsker mænd, hvem ikke arbejder. Jeg elsker mænd, hvem ikke arbejder. Jeg elsker mænd, der ikke arbejder. Jeg elsker mænd, der ikke arbejder. Jeg elsker mænd, ikke arbejder. Alright, let's pay attention here. What do we do? What do we do about this one? Men who don't work. Yeah. Let's get the answer. Jeg elsker mænd, der ikke arbejder. And here's why. Because the other ones, you have the first one. Jeg elsker mænd, hvem ikke arbejder. You'll be very tempted to say them because you're like, oh yeah, that's who. But it is not who when you're saying the person who or the thing that. Then it is der. Or some, but we'll get to that point another time. Cannot be them. Them could be more like for them, like to whom, but that's more advanced. So the first one is wrong. And jeg elsker mænd. You cannot say that because mænd is not a thing. Men is men. That's man in plural. Just like it's also sort of irregular in English. So, jeg elsker mænd, der ikke arbejder. If you say, jeg elsker mænd, ikke arbejder, that is also totally wrong. Because, you cannot have elsker here. It's got to have an R. It's got to be present tense. So that's very important. And also, there is no article. Like, there is nothing here saying, like, that don't work or who don't work. And you gotta have that. Yeah. Alright, cool. You guys are learning a lot. Let's move on. Okay, so this one means, are you afraid of wolves? Very relevant, I guess. Er du bange af ulve? Er du bang for ulv? Er du bange for ulve? Er du bange for ulven? Right? Let's take a second here and look at it. What seems right to you? What is it? What is it? Yeah. Alright, let's get the answer. Er du bange for ulve? Okay. Er du bange for ulve? Here's the thing about that. The first one, now you might see that and you're like, oh yeah, bange er, because afraid of, but no. When you are scared of something in Danish, that is bange for. Okay? Yeah, whether it's a little bit or a lot. Also, if you're afraid that something is the case. Oh, jeg er bange for, det er rigtigt. I'm afraid it's true. Like that. So yeah, bange for, always. And the second one is wrong because, it's bang. It's not really a thing other than bang, bang, a sound. So different. And ulv, ulv would be singular, like wolf. Are you afraid of wolf? That's kind of Tarzan language. And the fourth one, er du bange for ulven? Could be correct, but it means something else. That would mean, are you afraid of the wolf? It's different. Therefore, we gotta say, er du bange for ulve? It's all very logical. It's just the plural. It is the plural. Alright, let's take the next one. It was actually very easy. Barely an inconvenience, and my computer gave you the answer, but let's look at it anyway. So, you could say, det var faktuelt meget nemt. Det var faktisk meget nemt. Det var rigtig meget nemt. Det var faktisk meget nemlig. Now, some of these are so wrong that they hurt to say, and then I'm already telling you that they're wrong. Can't hide it. But here's the thing. You gotta think, what seems like the best option? It is. Det var faktisk meget nemt. Det var faktisk meget nemt. So why not the other ones? Well, because the first one is, listen, faktuelt, that is like factual, like it's factually correct, it's a fact, so it can't be that. And det var rigtig meget nemt, two problems here, because rigtig does mean actually, it means like really, like, oh, det var rigtig godt, that was really good, eller er det rigtigt, is it true, is it right? So that's wrong. And on top of that, it's nem, which is whack, because you gotta have the T, because det var nemt, it was easy. So that's also wrong. Det var faktisk meget nemlig. Now you see nemlig, and you might be like, oh, hey, there's my cat. Hey, Matthias. You see a word like nemlig, and you might be tempted to think, oh yeah, nemlig, that could mean, easy or easily, but no. Nemlig has another meaning, actually two meanings, but I'll just cover one. A very common meaning of nemlig is more like exactly or that's right. Like someone has a guess or a theory and you're like confirming that. Yeah, nemlig. Maybe they might make it longer and say, nemlig, det er rigtigt. That's right. So, it's important to know the little nuances here. Perfect. This next one. Let's see here. And this sentence is, you must not mention his name. You mustn't mention his name. What we got here. Du må ikke nævne sit navn. Du må ikke nævne sit navn is the first one. Du må ikke navne hans navn. Du ikke må nævne hans navn. Du må ikke nævne hans navn. Alright, let's think about this for a second. What's the right one? What is the right one? What could it be? What could it be? Yeah. Du må ikke nævne hans navn. The fourth one. Right? The other ones are, let's see, the first one. Du må ikke nævne sit navn. Now, I told you before that sit is good for third person, but that's if it's a third person and his own thing. Like if it's him and his own name. Han fortalte mig sit navn. Like that. But this is me and his name, so it's not my own, if that makes any sense. Right? So that would be hans navn. And du må ikke navne hans navn. That is, I almost can't say it. But navne is, funny enough, means nouns, or names. So it is the noun. Du må ikke nævne. That is the one. Du må ikke nævne. We gotta have the verb form. But the third one is wrong because of the order. Du ikke må. That would only be correct if it was like a subordinate clause. Yeah. Oh, my cat is having a little hairball here. Oh, poor guy. So du må ikke nævne hans navn. That's how you say it. Yeah. Alright, very good. Let's see what else we have. Okay, I think we're almost at the end. This one is, we don't have any sugar left. Have some options here. Vi har ikke noget sukker tilbage. Vi har ikke noget sukker tilbage. Vi har ikke nogen sukker tilbage. Vi ikke har noget sukker venstre. Alright, there's some crazy stuff in here. Let's think about this for a second. What we got? What we got? Let's see what the right answer is. Some of you already know, I'm sure. Vi har ikke noget sukker tilbage. Because the second one is, well, it's kind of bad. I think that tilbage is suddenly two words. Bage, B-A-G-E, means to bake. And so, although that's grammatically incorrect, it sort of suggests like we don't have any sugar to bake. But that's not the case here, of course. And the third one, vi har ikke nogen sukker tilbage, is also wrong, because you usually don't say nogen when it's not countable. And very often it's noget or noget, if you want to be very dictionary about the pronunciation. So third is also wrong. Vi ikke har noget sukker venstre. It hurts to see because, of course, it's vi har ikke. And the thing that's even worse is that it says venstre at the end. Now, when I pick these examples, it's not just random things. These are mistakes that I've seen from learners, both my own students and like comments made on the channel. And not to discourage anyone. Keep practicing, but these are some of the common mistakes. Right? Venstre means left, but it means left as in your left side, the left hand. Right? It's different. Yeah, but I guess that's an English issue because left has so many meanings. So, yeah. Vi har ikke noget sukker tilbage. Right? That is the answer. Tilbage can both be like back, like, oh, jeg er tilbage, I'm back. Eller velkommen tilbage, welcome back. But it can also be like back, like frem og tilbage, back and forth. And then like left, like remaining. It's what we have left in that sense. Jeg gjorde det for dig. Jeg gjorde det for dig. I did it for you. Right, so this is basically the same as in English. Jeg gør det for din skyld. Jeg gør det for din skyld. I'm doing it for you or your sake. So din skyld is literally your sake. but skyld can also mean like guilt or fault. It depends on the context, right? But you could say for min skyld, for din skyld, for hans skyld, literally meaning for someone's sake, right? For that person's sake. Yeah, for their benefit. Alright, very nice. So, jeg er træt, for jeg har ikke sovet så godt. Jeg er træt, for jeg har ikke sovet så godt. I'm tired because I haven't or didn't sleep so well. Now, what you see here is the word for, and you might be like, well, why is it not fordi? Well, sometimes we get tired of saying fordi. So if we're talking and it's kind of casual, then we might omit that, or rather replace that with for, right? So it's kind of like saying cause instead of because, right? For jeg har ikke sovet så godt. Because I haven't slept so well, right? That kind of thing. Very nice. Jeg er bange for, der ikke er nogen løsning. Jeg er bange for, der ikke er nogen løsning. I'm afraid there's no solution. So, bange is afraid. And in Danish, when we are afraid of something, we say, jeg er bange for, and then the thing, right? So, don't be like, jeg er bange af, because you're thinking like afraid of. We don't say that. Jeg er bange for. We use it when it's like, in this case, like, oh yeah, I'm afraid it's true, I'm afraid it's so. But we also use it when we have an actual fear, right? Like when there's something we're scared of. So it's very useful. We'll see that now. Hun er bange for trolde. Hun er bange for trolde. She's afraid of trolls. And no, I don't mean internet trolls. I mean like real trolls. So, bange for, afraid of. It's very important you get that preposition right. Hun er bange for trolde. It could be anything. Could also be at flyve, to fly, eller bange for ham, like him, you could be afraid of a person. Very useful. Det går for langsomt. Det går for langsomt. It's going too slowly. When you have for with an adjective, it's like too slow, too fast, too much, too many, etc. Right? Like it's excess. It's more than it should be. It's problematic. So for langsomt, too slowly or slow, depending on the context. For god, for hurtig, for dårlig, for vild, for sej. Right? For langsomt. Too slow or too slowly. Alright, very nice. And we have, der er for mange cykler. Der er for mange cykler. There are too many bicycles. So it's basically the same. Again, it's too many, it's too much. For mange cykler. Yeah. Alright, very nice. Hun sang for at imponere mig. Hun sang for at imponere mig. She sang to impress me, or you could also say she was singing. Right? Hun sang for at is to, like in order to, like you're doing something to achieve a certain outcome. Like in this case, she wants to impress the guy, like, or the girl. So for at imponere, like, to impress, in order to impress. That's what we're doing here. And it's very important that you have both for and at. If you say sang at imponere mig, it's wrong. If you say sang for imponere mig, that's also wrong. You gotta have both. Hun sang for at imponere mig. Alright, awesome. This is kind of the same thing. Han vil gøre alt for at vinde. Han vil gøre alt for at vinde. He will do everything or anything to win. Right? For at, to win, in order to win. So that happens. And technically, alt means everything or all. But I know in English you would say like, will do anything. And this is just our version. Right? Vil gøre alt for at vinde. Everything and anything to win. Alright, very nice. Let's move on. Then we have de løj for mig. De løj for mig. They lied to me. Right? Now, this is again very weird if you're thinking in English. Because why not just say til mig? Well, because we don't do that. It's for. Right? Løj for mig. Yeah. Very nice. Jeg gemmer gaven for hende. Jeg gemmer gaven for hende. I'm hiding the present from her, or the gift, right? So this is also strange because you might be tempted to think like, oh, it should be fra hende. But if you said that, then it's like you are hiding the present that you got from her, right? Like the one you received from her, you are hiding. But that's not the case here, right? You're hiding it so she doesn't find it. That's the whole point. Så gaven for hende. Alright. Hvad er chancen for, at det sker? Hvad er chancen for, at det sker? What is the chance of that happening? Now, this is interesting. So, generally speaking, in Danish, when you're talking about chance, probability, possibility, risk, likeliness, or likelihood, then we very often, if not always, use for. Right? Chancen for. It's important. I mean, if I said, hvad er chancen det sker? It's passable, but it is wrong. Like, you don't want to say that. Right? Hvad er chancen for, at det sker? Very nice. Alright, moving on. Jeg håber, du får mulighed for at sige hej til ham. Jeg håber, du får mulighed for at sige hej til ham. I hope you get the chance or opportunity to say hi to him. So, as you can see, this is kind of the same thing. Right? It's an opportunity or a possibility. Mulighed for at sige hej. Right? Yeah, now there's a lot of words here. Like for mulighed. You get the opportunity for at sige, to say hi til ham, hi to him. Right? So you really gotta pay attention to everything. Like you gotta be aware of everything that's going on here in the sentence to get it right. Alright. Hvad er risikoen for, at han bliver ramt af lynet? Hvad er risikoen for, at han bliver ramt af lynet og lynet? What is the risk of him being struck by a lightning? Right? So, same thing. Risikoen for, right? The risk of. Because it's a matter of likelihood. Hvad er risikoen for, at han bliver ramt af lynet? Hvad har du brug for? Hvad har du brug for? What do you need? Now, in Danish, there are many ways of saying need. This is just one of them. Because that's probably for another video if I really want to go in depth. But this is a very common one. So, hvad har du brug for? What do you need? Kind of like, what do you have use for? Right? And it's important that you say brug for, ikke? Not brug til. Because brug til, like I could say, jeg bruger den til, ikke? But that's like I'm using it for like the specific purpose, right? But this is more like what I need myself. So therefore it's har brug for, right? Hvad har du brug for? Right? You're gonna hear this a lot. I mean, if you're already in Denmark, you know it. You've heard this like a million times already. Alright, so the response to that could be, jeg har brug for din kærlighed. Jeg har brug for din kærlighed. I need your love. Jeg har brug for din kærlighed. Yeah. Alright, very nice. This is a little bit different, but similar. Vi har alle et behov for opmærksomhed. Vi har alle et behov for opmærksomhed. We all have a need for attention. Now the difference here between brug for and then behov for is like brug for could be, you have a physical need or a practical need. Could be a lot of different needs. Whereas behov is like a need. It's more like a human need. Jeg er lige kommet hjemme fra arbejde. Faktisk er jeg lidt træt. Måske skulle jeg se, hvor mange øl jeg have i køleskabet. Jeg kunne virkelig godt trænge for en øl lige nu. Nå, der er masser af øl. Det er jo godt. Jeg tror også, jeg vil se et film. Det skal være en gyserfilm. Dem elsker mig. Say that again. Dem elsker mig. Alright, so there's no translation here because most of this is pretty easy, but just quickly to give you the idea. So I've just come home from work. Faktisk er det, actually I'm a bit tired. Maybe I should see or check how many beers I have in the fridge. I could really need or use a beer right now. Oh, there's lots of beer. Well, that's good. I think I want to watch a movie too. It has to be a horror movie. I love those. So, take a second and see if you can identify the mistakes, because there's a lot of mistakes here. And this is a good exercise because when you do homework, you're going to make mistakes. So this is like training you to see what's wrong. Yeah. Alright, so let's see what the mistakes are. Oh, there's a few here. Jeg er lige kommet hjemme. That's wrong. Lidt trætte. That's wrong too. Øl jeg have. Yeah, that's definitely wrong. Jeg kunne virkelig godt trænge for. Yeah, don't ever say that. Nå, der er masser. Something is missing here. There's a word missing. Det er jo godt. Jeg tror, jeg vil se et film. Yeah, we don't say et film. Det skal være en gyserfilm. Yeah, it feels weird saying that. That's also wrong. Dem elsker mig. Right? So all of these words that I highlighted are wrong. Right? They are mistakes. Can you guess what I should say instead? Well, let's... I'll give you a second. Stay on this page. Right? Alright, let's jump to it. So, jeg er lige kommet hjem. Right? Not hjemme. And here's why. Because hjemme is if you're already home. Right? Like, if I call you and you're like, yeah, I'm at home, you'll be like, jeg er hjemme. But if it's like going there, right, then it's hjem. Right? And sure, he already arrived, but it's the same because there's motion. So, this is the short form. Right? Lige kommet hjem fra arbejde. Faktisk er jeg lidt træt. And this is of course træt, not trætte. Why is that? Because trætte is plural. Right? You wouldn't say it about yourself like that. And you wouldn't say, oh, jeg er lidt trætte. Like, no, you can't. Right? It's træt. It's because it's singular. Måske skulle se, hvor mange øl jeg har. Right? Not have or have. Because it's present. Right? And have is infinitive. Så hvor mange øl jeg har. How many beers I have. I køleskabet. Nice. Jeg kunne virkelig godt trænge til en øl lige nu. Så trænge til, not for. It might be tempting to say for because like many learners, they have a problem with til and for, and they switch them up like incorrectly all the time. But trænge til is to like be in need of or to want something. Like there's a need you want to cover. In this case, you want a beer. It could also be a shower or a nap or something like that. So trænge til. And there's another word which is har brug for. Now, this one you might know. So har brug for is also need, but it's a little bit different. They overlap, but har brug for can also be like practical. Right? So like you need time, money, or something like that. Yeah, but trænge til is like covering a need that you have, usually something that you feel. Alright, so that's that. Nå, der er masser af øl. Ikke? Masser af, ikke? Plenty of beer. This one was so easy. Not so hard to guess. Ikke? Masser af øl. That's what it is. I can't really say anything else about that. Det er jo godt. Jeg tror også, jeg vil se en film. Ikke? And that is of course en film, not it. Ikke? Because it's en. Ikke? It's that basic. Filmen, en film. That's it. Det skal være en gyserfilm. And of course, this is not var. Right? Var means was or were. So that is different. Right? Være is be, to be something. So det skal være, it gotta be, or it needs to be. Right? Horror movie. Det skal være en gyserfilm. And the last one. Dem elsker jeg. Not my, because my is baby language. Right? Well, I think they would actually say, mig elsker film, or something like that. But this is jeg. Right? So, dem elsker jeg. Alright, so this was the first one. And I have a few more of these. So, this text. Let's see what we got here. Prøv at se den små hund derhenne. Den er så sødt. Jeg ville ønske, jeg selv havde en hund. Eller ville jeg nu også det? Det ved jeg ikke. Hvis jeg havde en hund, skal jeg gå tur med den hver dag. Den slags har jeg ikke tid for. Jeg er en meget travlt mand. Okay, so let's see if you guys can catch some of the mistakes. Because there are some. Alright, let's see what we got here. Right. So there's that. Prøv at se den små. Right? And that's the first one. Now, so små hund, that's one. And sødt, yeah, that's also something wrong. Jeg ville ønske. Right? Jeg ville ønske. Nah, that also sounds wrong. Jeg selve. You wouldn't want to say that. Selve. Havde en hund. Eller vil jeg ikke. Something with the spelling here is not good. Hvis jeg havde en hund, skal. Yeah. Doesn't look so good. Gå tur med den hver dag. Oh, this is weird. It's weird. We don't like that. Yeah. Feel free to guess in the live chat, guys. I see one person doing it. You can all do that. Hver dag, that's not good. Den slags har jeg ikke tid for. Meget travlt mand. Nah, that's not cool. Well, let's see here. Okay, so what should we do instead? What should we do? Alright. Prøv at se den lille hund derhenne. Lille, not små. Now, what is the difference? Små is for plural. Right? Små is plural. So, små hunde, little dogs or small dogs. Right? But this is just one dog, so it's lille. And that might look kind of weird to you, but that's what it is. Right? So, lille hund, små hunde. This is lille. Prøv at se den lille hund derhenne. Den er så sød, not sødt. Why is this? Because it's den. Right? So when it's den, it's sød. Right? There is no T to the adjective. Den er så sød. This is very basic actually. Right? So if it was det, then it's sødt. But when it's den, then it's sød. Right? Pretty easy. Let's see here. Jeg ville ønske. Right? So not ønsker. Because ville is we can call the hypothetical of the past. Like I would wish, literally, I wish I had. Right? So like I wish I had a dog myself. but ønsker is present tense, so we don't want to do that. Right? You cannot say like present tense after the dominant verb. The dominant verb is the first. Ikke? So jeg ville ønske. Jeg selv havde en hund. Not selve. And here's why. Because selve means itself. Ikke? Altså selve problemet er ikke. The problem itself is like that. So selv. Whoops. Selv. Og selv, as we say it most of the time. Jeg ville ønske, jeg selv havde en hund. Eller ville jeg nu også det? No mistake. Det ved jeg ikke. And as some of you already guessed, this is ikke, right? Not ik. Now, the trick here is that in real life, we often pronounce it ik because we're lazy. I do it all the time, actually. If you pay attention, you say ik at the end. But when you write and when you spell, you want to do like the correct way. So, ikke. Det ved jeg ikke. Hvis jeg havde en hund, skulle. Yeah, there's something here. Skulle, not skal. Why? Because this is the hypothetical, and also the past is the same to us. So if I had a dog, I would go, or I had to go, depending on the context. The translation differs. So I would have to go. Skulle jeg gå? Skal is the present, but we gotta have the past, because havde up here. Hvis jeg havde, if I had, then I would have to. That's basically it. Jeg går tur med den hver dag. Not dage, obviously, because dage is what? Dage is plural. So it's day, because day would be days. You cannot say every days. So, grammar. Den slags har jeg ikke tid til. Not for. This is the thing. If you are talking about a resource, and I always use like time and money because they're the best examples, but it could be anything. Could also be energy or something. When you're talking about resources, you need to use till. You need to use till, not for. I'm repeating this because in English it's so common to see this mistake. Jeg har ikke tid for det. Nej. Tid til det. And I'm stressing this because it's a big one. Alright. Jeg er en meget travl mand. So travl, not travlt. Now, here's the thing. If I'm busy, like right now, I'll say, oh, I'm busy. I would say, jeg har travlt. So that would be a T. It's kind of weird, actually. It's like I have busy or busily. But if I'm describing myself, or anyone else for that matter, like they're always busy, and I want to say then it's travl. So jeg er en travl mand. I am a busy man. Very nice. Okay. What's the next one? Yeah. Jeg synes, du er en fantastisk kok. Den mad, du gør, smager så godt. Du ved det måske ikke selv, men din mad er så godt, at det er imponerende. Har du øvet dig i meget år? Det er jeg sikker af, du har. Øvelse gør mesteren. Det har du bevidst. And again, it hurts to read because it's so weird. But let's take a second here, see if you can see where the mistakes are. There's some spelling that's wrong. There's a lot of grammar stuff here. Yeah, some of these mistakes are pretty basic. Others are a little more advanced. Yeah. All right, let's see. I have some mistakes here. So the basic meaning, in case you guys didn't already know. So I think you're an amazing cook or chef. The food you make tastes so good. You might not know it yourself, but your food is so good that it's impressive. Have you practiced for many years? I'm sure that you have. Practice makes perfect. You've proven that. Right? So, jeg synes du er en fantastisk kok. There's something wrong, and it's pretty obvious, I think. I'll tell you in a second. Fantastisk kok. Den mad du gør, yep, that's also wrong. You don't say that. Den mad du gør. Du ved det måske ikke. Yep, that's also incorrect. Du ved det måske ikke selv. Din mad er så godt. No, we can't say that. Altså godt, at det imponerer. Har du øvet dig i meget år? It's so weird. So there's something here. Sikker A, du har. Yeah. That's also wrong. Øvelse gør mesteren. I don't like that. Det har du bevidst. So let's see if you guys can guess it. Let's see if you can get it right. Let's see. All right. Jeg synes, du er en fantastisk kok. Right? So this is just 1K. Here's the thing. In Danish, we don't end with a double consonant. Right? A consonant like K or L or M or P, not a vowel. We don't end with a double consonant. So that's one thing. Fantastisk kok. Good. Den mad, du laver, not gør. This is such a classic. I know some of you, almost all of you, have problems with laver and gør, and sometimes they do overlap a little bit. But whenever you are making something, like a product, or you're bringing something into existence, then it's lave, or in this case, laver, not gør. So, den mad, du laver, the food you make, smager så godt, tastes så godt. Du ved, not vide, because, vide is infinitive, right? And you cannot say infinitive like right after the subject. It's weird. Infinitive would typically be after another verb. This is like in English if you said, like in the third person, like he like it, right? It's like he does like it. And yeah, if you have does before and comparing to English, you'd show the difference or the similarity. And like he does like it, but you wouldn't say he'll like it. That sounds weird. So that's how we feel if you don't use the present tense. Right? Så du ved. Du ved det måske ikke selv. Ikke? Maybe you don't know it yourself. Men din mad er så god. Not godt. Ikke? Because it's, usually we actually don't say en mad. Ikke? But still it is no tea. Ikke? God mad, lækker mad, dårlig mad, etc. No tea. Din mad er så god, at det er imponerende. Very nice, that it's impressive. Har du øvet dig i mange år? And this is of course mange, not meget or meget. Because år is countable. Right? So anything that's countable has mange. Meget is for non-countable. Right? So like if you have something, could be time, a lot of time. Then you would say, oh, jeg har ikke så meget tid. I don't have so much time. But something that's countable, like years, or friends, or houses, or cats, then it's mange. It's really that simple. Yeah, totally. So, mange år. Det er jeg sikker på, du har. I'm sure you have. So, sikker på is like sure of. And this is why some of you might be tempted to say that. Sikker af. But it's sikker på. Right? If you're sure about something, you would say, jeg er sikker, I'm sure, or jeg er sikker på det, I'm sure of it, I'm sure about it, eller det er jeg sikker på, jeg er sikker på, du har. Beautiful, yeah. Øvelse gør mester. Now this one is maybe a little bit hard, because it's a proverb. Øvelse gør mester is like practice makes perfect, Practice makes master, literally. But not mesteren, because mesteren would be the master, right? So we don't say that, right? Just mester. Øvelse gør mester. That's all it is. Det har du bevist. You've proven that, right? Not bevidst. Why? Because bevidst means conscious or aware. Right? It's a different word. And the truth is that even many Danish people make this mistake when they spell, not when they pronounce it. But like I'll see it from time to time on Facebook, and I'm like, that's not good. Right? So bevist, no D. Right? It comes from at bevise, to prove. It's also evidence, like in a criminal case. Beviser, evidence, proof. So bevist, proven. Right? And then bevidst is conscious or consciously. Useful, just not here. All right? Det har du bevist. Very nice. All right. Then we have, I think this is the last one. Okay. Det sner i dag. Når jeg kigger ud mit vindue, ser jeg ikke andet end sne. Det er smuk. Sneen er smuk. Men jeg har ikke lyst til at gå udenfor. Det er meget koldt. Måske går jeg en tur i morgen, men ikke i dag. Jeg bliver indenfor. Alright. So let's have a look at this. Let's see what this is. Take a second to see if you can find the mistakes. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we got something here. Det sner i dag. Right? Now, what's wrong with this one? Det sner i dag. We'll get to that in a second. Når jeg kigger ud... there's a word missing. Når jeg kigger ud mit vindue, ser jeg ikke andet end sne. Ser ikke andet end sne, okay. Det er smuk. Smuk, that's weird. Sneen er smuk. Ja, men jeg har ikke lyst til at gå udenfor. Something wrong here. Det, word missing. Meget koldt. Måske går jeg en tur i morgen. Yeah, that's also wrong. Men ikke i dag. Jeg bliver indenfor. And that's also wrong. Eh? So just quickly to give you the meaning. It's snowing today. When I look out my window, I don't see anything other than snow. I don't see nothing but snow. It's beautiful. The snow is beautiful, but I don't feel like going outside. It's very cold. Maybe I'll go for a walk tomorrow, but not today. I'll stay inside. Jeg bliver indenfor. It's also wrong. Let's see. Alright, here we are. Det sner i dag. Yeah. Because it is two words. So it's not like in English where it's today. You might think that it is, but it's not. It's i dag. Når jeg kigger ud af mit vindue. So you need this af. It's like looking out of my window. That's actually pretty important. Når jeg kigger ud af mit vindue, ser jeg ikke andet end sne. Det er smukt. Not smuk, because, you know, det. So when you have det, then you need to put T to the adjective. Det er smukt. That's how it is. Sneen er smuk, men jeg har ikke lyst til at gå udenfor. This is one word. Now, there are some cases where you can say both, and this is actually something that's hard for learners to really wrap their head around, even some Danish people, spelling-wise. But in this case, it's very clear, because it's like outside, like we're inside in the house, but outside, you know, it's like in the wind, in the open space. So this one's pretty easy. One word. Udenfor. Det er, that's the missing word. Det er meget koldt. Very cold. Yeah, that's how it is. Very good. Måske går jeg en tur. And this is of course tur, not tour. Because tour is, you know it, plural. So you cannot say a walks. Like that doesn't make sense. Måske går jeg en tur i morgen. Maybe I'll go for a walk tomorrow. Or stroll. Men ikke i dag. But not today. Jeg bliver indenfor. I'll stay inside, or I'm staying inside. Again, bliver, not blive. Because blive is infinitive, and you cannot have infinitive right after the subject. You just don't do that. When you're talking about something that's happening in general, or right now, then you use the present tense. Okay? Cool. It's not your business. Like, it's not your business, Like, it doesn't concern them. Let's see. Det er ikke din forretning. Det er ikke din ting. Det kommer ikke dig ved. Det er ikke dit. Alright, let's look again. Det er ikke din forretning. Det er ikke din ting. Det kommer ikke dig ved. Det er ikke dit. Alright, take a second. Think about it. Yeah. Which one is correct? Which one is it? Alright, let's find out. Det kommer ikke dig ved. Yep, the third one. Det kommer ikke dig ved. Now here's the logic. Forretning. Yes, forretning is business. Like you got a business going, you're selling stuff. Or the actual store, and kind of like boutique. But that's of course the literal business, not like, someone's business, like their affairs or what's going on. It's different. Det er ikke din ting. We just don't say that. I mean, you could if it's like a physical object, but we're not talking about that. Det kommer ikke dig ved is sort of like, it doesn't concern you. Like come is come, and ved is like at, to approach, or to be at a spot. So it doesn't reach out or enter your territory, or whatever you want to say. So det kommer ikke dig ved. I could also say, det rager ikke dig. That's a little more harsh. That's almost like, it's none of your damn business. It's a little more harsh, but yeah, this is a good one. Det kommer ikke dig ved. Or det kommer ikke whoever it is. It doesn't have to be dig. It could also be ham or hende or the person's name. It's really simple. Det er ikke dit is of course wrong, because it's like, what does that mean? It's not yours. Like, what thing is not yours? So that's all it is. Alright, coolio. Alright, the next one is, what will you do about it? What will you do about it? Hvad vil du gøre om det? Hvad vil du gøre ved det? Hvad du vil gøre med det? Hvad vil du gøre omkring det? Alright, it's interesting. Let's do once more. Hvad vil du gøre om det? Hvad vil du gøre ved det? Hvad du vil gøre med det? Hvad vil du gøre omkring det? Okay, take a second. Think about it. Which one is correct? Yeah. Alright, I'll give it to you. Let's see. Hvad vil du gøre ved det? Yep, the second one. Hvad vil du gøre ved det? Let's go through them. Hvad vil du gøre om det? We don't say that. That is not a thing. Now, I know that this might be tempting to think because of about. Now, you're used to about meaning like vi snakker om, we're talking about, something like that. But this is different because it's like to impact or influence the situation. And then we say ved. Right? That is why we say gøre ved det and not om det or any other preposition. Alright? The third one, hvad du vil gøre med det. You can see here from the order is that hvad du, that's of course a statement. Right? You gotta have the verb before the subject, or you got a statement. So, hvad vil du? And gøre med, you could say that, like if you have something, like a tool or something, like how will you use it? But that's different. I've heard some people say this before, because med is similar to ved, but it's still not the right one. Alright? So, ved det is the right one. And hvad vil du gøre omkring det, the last one. Omkring means like around rather than about. Sort of like jeg går omkring, walk around. Or her omkring, here around. Around here. Right? But it's different. It's not the right answer here. Yeah. Alright, cool. Let's jump to the next one. A classic. Such a classic. So we're having fun or a good time. Right? This is of course sort of idiomatic. But yeah, let's see what we got here. Vi er... I can't even say it. Nah, I gotta try. Vi er have sjov. Vi har det sjovt. Vi har en god tid. Vi er have en god tid. Okay, again. Vi er have sjov. Vi har det sjovt. Vi har en god tid. Vi have en god tid. Alright, now a lot of learners are having problems here. It's very common. Which one is it? It is vi har det sjovt. That's the right one. Vi har det sjovt. Let's take them one by one. Vi have sjov. You might be thinking like in English or in Spanish or some other languages where you're saying like am doing, am having, or you are eating or sleeping is, you get this from gerund, eh? Yeah, but we don't have that in Danish the same way. And you don't say before a verb like am doing or are doing, anything like that. No, I want to stress this because this is such a common mistake, especially if your English is very good. Then you're going to copy this into Danish, but that is wrong, okay? Don't do that. Just use the regular present tense. So not have, not have, but vi har, because it's present tense. Så vi har det sjovt. It's almost like an adverb, like we have it funny or we have it fun. Vi har det sjovt because it's like I can say jeg har det godt. Like, I'm good, I'm doing good, I'm feeling good. Where sjovt is fun or funny. So yeah, that is sort of the rule that you want to go by here. Vi har en god tid, the third one. What can I say? This is of course the very literal to have a good time, right? But we don't say this. Yeah, you can probably find someone who said it, but that means like a good time period, like a good phase in their life. If you want to say you have fun, you don't say har en god tid, okay? Vi har det sjovt, that's the one. And the last one, vi have en god tid. I basically combined these two previous mistakes, and we don't say it. We don't have any of this have, like am having is not in Danish, alright? As other languages. Alright, just give me a sec. That's how it is. Alright, moving on. Alright, I want all of it. This should be interesting. Jeg have alt det. Jeg vil have alting af det. Jeg vil have alt af det. Jeg vil have det hele. Now, you can say have or hey. It's either way is fine. It's just in real life we tend to say hey. But if I say it slowly, then I kind of have to say have. So, jeg have alt det. Jeg vil have alting af det. Jeg vil have alt af det. Jeg vil have det hele. Hey. Yeah, these look quite similar. Whoops. They look quite similar, so how can you tell? How can you tell the difference? Yeah. Probably not what you think. The right one is jeg vil have det hele. Okay, let's break it down. So, the first one, jeg have alt det, it just makes no sense. Have is infinitive. You can't have infinitive right after the subject. It doesn't work like that. So yeah, that's wrong. Jeg vil have alting af det. Alting means everything, but it's not everything, it's all. So it's a little bit different. And also you don't say like this a here. That's not gonna work. Yeah. And the third one might look right. Jeg vil have alt af det. But here's the thing. In Danish, we don't say when it's the totality or the entirety, when it's the whole thing. We don't say okay? Gonna repeat this. When you have the whole thing, you don't say You do say when it's a part or a piece, a subset. For eksempel en af dem, one of them, eller flere af dem, several of them, mange af dem, etc. But not when it's the whole thing. So this is pretty big in Danish. It's a big difference when you compare it to English. It is jeg vil have det hele. Yes, the fourth one. That's how it is. Because det hele means like all of it or the whole thing. Right? And then you might think, oh, why not ting then if it's thing? Hey, it is what it is. Right? Jeg vil have det hele. I want all of it. I want it all would be the same. So, I want it all. Not gonna say more of that. Let's move on. Can you feel the cold? Can you feel the cold? What we got? Kan du mærke kulden? Kan du mærke kold? Kan du mærke den kold? Kan du mærke kolde? Okay, alright. Kan du mærke kulden? Kan du mærke kold? Kan du mærke den kold? Kan du mærke kolde? Which one is it? Which one is correct? Yeah. Let's see. Kan du mærke kulden? The first one. Kan du mærke kulden? Because kulde is the noun, right? And we're talking about cold, like coldness, like the cold air or the concept of cold, not the adjective. So yeah, it's actually really simple. Kan du mærke kold? And that's just wrong because kold is the adjective. And the third one, kan du mærke den kold? Now, I see a lot of learners, well, some learners who say den or det when they want to say the, like the cold. But that is wrong. That is wrong unless you have like an adjective or something like den kold. Well, I'll get into that some other time. But generally speaking, when you want to say the in Danish, you just put the en or the et at the end. And don't think it's like English or Spanish or French or many other languages where you have to put it before. We put it at the end unless it's an adjective or some other circumstance that I won't comment on right now. So, kan du mærke den kold? No, hell no. Kan du mærke kolde? Doesn't even make sense. Mærke kolde, then I'd be like, kolde hvad? Like, what is a cold thing? Bananas, fingers, peanuts? We don't know. Right? So, again, kan du mærke kulden? Ja, mærke kulden. Det kan jeg ikke. Let's go to the next one. And the bag is free. I love this like exclamation point. All right, so and the bag is free. Let's see what we got here. Og tasken er fri. Og den tasken er fri. Og ryggen er gratis. Og tasken er gratis. Again. Og tasken er fri. Og den tasken er fri. Og ryggen er gratis. Og tasken er gratis. Yeah. What we got here? What is the right one? Who knows? Who knows it? Alright, let's see the answer. A. Okay, there you go. Og tasken er gratis. Here's the thing. The first one, tasken er fri. Free means free as in freedom, in liberty. Like, oh, yeah, free, I'm free. But not money free. Yeah, gratis is the word. So remember that. Tasken er fri? No. Den tasken er fri, obviously also wrong. And on top of that, you can say den tasken, because tasken means the bag. So den, which typically means like it or that, it's just like, what? No, you can't do that. So tasken. Ryggen. Ryggen er gratis. That's kind of funny if you have a weird sense of humor. Ryggen means the back, but the back of your body. So that's also in English B-A-C-K, not B-A-G. Different kind of back. So ryggen, the back of your spine is free. I don't know where you're doing your shopping, but yeah. og tasken er gratis. Ikke? That is of course the right one, because tasken, the back, and gratis is free. Alright? It's a very good word. I'm sure you know it. I mean, who does know the word for free? Det er gratis. Yeah. Alright, let's go to the next one. He's too smart to do that. He is too smart to do that. Han er for klog til at gøre det. Oh, sorry, I'm too fast here. Han er til klog til at gøre det. Han er for smart. Gør det. Han er for klog til at gøre det. Han er for smart til at gøre det. Han er til klog til at gøre det. Han er for smart. Gør det. Han er for klog til at gøre det. Han er for smart til at gøre det. Alright, which one is correct? Thinky. Which one is it? Let's see. Han er for klog til at gøre det. The third one. And why is that? Well, the first one. Han er til klog. When you want to say too, like too much, too smart, too hard, whatever, too hard, too cold, you gotta say for, right? Not til. For. So til klog, out with that. I can't use it. And also you would have an at, and you can say tilgøre. You have til at gøre. So that's another mistake. The second one, han er for smart, gør det. So the for is right, but then smart is a little bit different. And I talk about this sometimes with my students. It's that smart in Danish, like if you say the word smart, it's not intelligent or wise or smart like in English necessarily. It's more like clever, and clever smart, or convenient or handy, like something, oh, this smart, oh, that's clever, and that's convenient, like a smartphone. So, yeah, that is something you want to be aware of. The standard word for smart in Danish is klog. Right? That is your go-to word for smart. And of course, gør here is imperative, so hell no. And then the third one, han er for klog til at gøre det. Ikke? Han er for klog, he is too smart, til at gøre det, to do it. Right? And the last one is just wrong. Han er for smart til at gøre det. We're missing the ats. And we don't say smart. Right? We would say klog, because he's like all wise. Okay. Next one. I feel like dancing. Yes, this of course, I feel like dancing like I wanna dance. Let's see. Jeg føler at danse. Jeg føler som danse. Jeg vil danse. Jeg har lyst til at danse. Jeg føler at danse. Jeg føler som danse. Jeg ville danse. Jeg har lyst til at danse. Okay. Let's think about this one. I feel like dancing. Most of you probably know how to say feel in Danish. But you might be surprised in this case. Jeg har lyst til at danse. The last one. Jeg har lyst til at danse. Here's why. Jeg føler at danse makes no sense. And we gotta remember that in English, I feel like, and then doing something, it's not that you feel like you're dancing, it's because you want to do it. And so you have to remember the meaning behind it. So generally speaking, when something is idiomatic or slangy or advanced in your own language, in your own language, then you don't want to translate it directly into Danish. This is a general thing in language learning. And so you have to be aware, like, what is the meaning behind? So, jeg føler some dancing, and it might look right, because you're like, oh, like is some, and lige is some, like, but no, still not right. Still not right. And jeg ville danse could be right if the sentence was, I wanted to dance. Right? But ville is, of course, the past. I wanted to dance. Now it's jeg har lyst til at danse, since jeg har lyst til is I feel like doing. You know, lyst, like lust, but it doesn't sound that dirty in Danish. It's kind of like in Spanish, ik tengo ganas or something like that. So yeah, jeg har lyst til at, and I feel like doing whatever it is. That is the way. That's how you do it. Okay, moving on. It's time to make a snowman. Well, it is December. Det er tid til at lave en snemand. Det er tid at lave en snemand. Det er tid lave en snemand. Det er tid at lave snemand. These are so similar. Alright, let's see. Det er tid til at lave en snemand. Det er tid at lave en snemand. Det er tid lave en snemand. Det er tid at lave snemand. I might actually have misread these two because they're so similar. But you can see the spelling. They are super similar. So take a second and think which one is correct. When you want to say it's time to do something, what's the right way? I see some of you guessing in the live chat. That's awesome. You can all participate. That'll be hyggeligt. Okay. The answer is yes, the first one. Because when you want to say it's time to do something, you gotta have til in there. Ikke? Tid til. Oh, det er tid til at gøre det. Ikke? Det er blevet tid til det. It's time for that. Something like that. Tid til at lave en snemand. So it is the first one. Tid at lave en snemand. The second one, well, we got no til. Right? And you have that problem with the other ones. And here you don't even have at in the third one. So that's really broken. And then the fourth one, det er tid is no. Right? Because snemand, no, snemand is one word. Right? In general, in Danish, we have these compound words. In English, you tend to separate them or use a dash or hyphen or something. But in Danish, we connect them, right, into long-ass compound words. Just like the Germans. Det er tid til at lave en snemand. Of course it is. Moving on. He's stronger than you. Now this is a weird sentence. I don't know if you're ever going to use this. But anyway. So. Han er stærkere som dig. Han er stærk end dig. Han er stærkere end dig. Han er stærkere end du. Han er stærkere som dig. Han er stærk end dig. Han er stærkere end dig. Han er stærkere end du. Which one is correct? Yeah, you have to think about adjectives. I don't know how you guys feel about that, because I didn't teach so much about it. Like, in the superlative, like more of something. Yeah, also a matter of prepositions, I guess. Let's see the answer. Han er stærkere end dig, the third one. Yep, because the first one, han er stærkere som dig. No, some means like or as, as. So that's not gonna work. I have seen some students, especially Greek students, I don't know why exactly, they tend to confuse some and en, but they're different. Some is you are similar, or the same, like you. But en, end, is than, stronger than you. So you gotta know the difference. The second one, well, that's not gonna work because stærk just means strong, but it has to be stronger. So stærkere, or just stærkere, the way we normally say it. So han er stærkere end dig, of course that's the one. The fourth one, han er stærkere end du, well, that's not gonna work because du is you as a subject, but it gotta be dig, so it's the object. Yeah, we don't want to mix those two up. It's important to know the difference. Yeah. Alright, moving on. Oh yeah, she's in love. She's in love. What we got here? I think most of you will get this wrong. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think you will. You should still try to guess though. Hun er i kærlighed. Hun er i elske. Hun er i forelskelse. Hun er forelsket. Ja. Hun er i kærlighed. Hun er i elske. Hun er i forelskelse. Hun er forelsket. She's in love. How do you know? How do you know which one to pick? Well. Alright, I'll tell you. Okay, my computer doesn't want to give you the answer. Not all the way. There it is. Hun er forelsket. Right? That's the one. Let's see. Let's look at the other ones. Hun er i kærlighed. No. You don't want to say hun er i kærlighed, because kærlighed is just love as a concept. Right? Oh, kærlighed er vigtig, like something. Love is important. Or kærligheden, the love. So don't say that. Oops, I hit the mic there. And i elske, you can't say that because elske is the verb for love. Right? So that's not going to work either. Kærlighed is the concept. Elske is the verb. And the third one, kind of interesting. Hun er i forelskelse. Now, forelskelse, that is sort of the romance, or the infatuation, some might say. The feeling when you are in love. Yeah, so i forelskelse, but you cannot be i forelskelse. That is not a thing. Right? The fourth one is right, because hun er forelsket is she's in love. You could say, jeg er forelsket, du er forelsket, hun er forelsket, whatever. Right? So that's the one you want to use here. Not kærlighed, not elske, not forelskelse, but forelsket, or forelsket, if you want to be very dictionary about it. Yeah.
De bor på en ø. De bor på en ø.
Now, this one is pretty easy because you are on an island. Right? So whenever you're on a surface on top of something, that is på. Right? So på en ø. You can say it with an island, but you cannot say it with a country. You wouldn't say something like på Danmark, or på Amerika, or på Kina, or anything like that. Right? But with an island, absolutely. De bor på en ø.
De bor på en ø. Hvorfor står du midt på vejen? Hvorfor står du midt på vejen?
Yeah, alright, so this one is a little bit tricky because it's literally, why are you standing in the middle on the way? Right? But it's because you are on the road. So midt på vejen is in the middle of the road. If you said i vejen, that would be in the way, like blocking, like preventing someone from getting somewhere. We'll get to that later. And also that wouldn't be midt. But this one is in the middle of the road, where the cars are driving, we assume. Så, hvorfor står du midt på vejen?
Hvorfor står du midt på vejen? Jeg tabte noget på gulvet. Jeg tabte noget på gulvet.
Yeah, so this one is also kind of basic. Jeg tabte noget på gulvet. Right? Because gulv, we can also say it that way. Floor is a surface. Right? So it's on the floor. I dropped something on the floor. Jeg tabte noget på gulvet. Kind of like that.
Jeg tabte noget på gulvet. Katten sad på bordet. Katten sad på bordet.
Yeah, this one is very easy. Katten sad på bordet. The cat was sitting on the table. Because it's a surface and the cat was on it, so very easy.
Katten sad på bordet. Fuglene sidder på taget. Fuglene sidder på taget.
Right? The same thing. Fuglene sidder på taget because they are on the roof.
Fuglene sidder på taget. Måske skal du trykke på knappen. Måske skal du trykke på knappen.
Yeah, so look at that. And it's knappen the button, and you push it because literally you push on it. You put your finger and apply the pressure on it. So that is why we say på knappen. Tryk knappen. If I took out the på, that would sound a bit weird. You gotta say på. Trykke på knappen. Oh yeah.
Måske skal du trykke på knappen. Jeg tygger på guleroden. Jeg tygger på guleroden.
Yeah, so same thing, ikke? Chewing on something. Jeg tygger på guleroden. Yeah, that's it.
Jeg tygger på guleroden. Har du tænkt dig at træde på insektet? Har du tænkt dig at træde på insektet?
Now look at this is again because you step on something. Again, træde is kind of like, to tread in English, like a treadmill. So at træde på, to step on. Har du tænkt dig at træde på insektet? Are you going to step on the insect? Or something like, do you intend to? Right? That's basically what it means. Har du tænkt dig at træde på insektet?
Har du tænkt dig at træde på insektet? Hun har ikke noget tøj på. Hun har ikke noget tøj på.
Yeah, so this is pretty easy. This is like the same as in English. No clothes on, or not any clothes on. Right? It's not very complicated. And we say this in Danish, like about clothes, you would say, jeg har tøj på, I have clothes on, eller jeg tager tøj på, I'm putting on clothes, because it's on the surface of your body, and it's like on top of another layer. Therefore, it's tøj på. Alright, very nice.
Hun har ikke noget tøj på. Du har noget rødt på din næse. Du har noget rødt på din næse.
Yeah, and same thing here, because it's on your nose, and like on the tip or wherever it is. It's the surface of your nose.
Du har noget rødt på din næse. Du skal ikke kigge på din telefon. Du skal ikke kigge på din telefon.
Yeah, so again, it's like looking at. If you are looking at something or at someone, that is kigge på. Hvad kigger du på? Jeg kigger på something, right? Looking at something. And a little side note, this du skal ikke is just another way of saying don't. Right? Literally, you shall not. Of course, that's weird English, but, don't. Du skal ikke kigge på din telefon.
Du skal ikke kigge på din telefon.
Yeah.
Jeg spiste på restaurant i går. Jeg spiste på restaurant i går.
Yeah, so this one is kind of interesting because you might be thinking, well, isn't it i restaurant? Yeah, there are cases where we say i restaurant, and it can be a little bit complicated sometimes. But when you are a guest and you are in a venue, restaurants and bars and clubs and stuff like that, we very often say på, even if you feel like you're inside. Now that can be a little bit confusing, but that is how we do it. Så på restaurant, på bar, på natklub, etc., etc. Also café, på café.
Jeg spiste på restaurant i går. Det står på papiret. Det står på papiret.
Yeah, this one can also be a little bit tricky, because if you see this, you're like, it stands on the paper, like what the, you don't get that right away maybe. But it basically means that it's written, or it says so on the paper, like you have a little post-it or something like that, right? Det står på papiret. But you wouldn't say it if it's like a longer text, like if you focus on the text that is found on the paper, then you would say, det står i teksten, right? So think about that. Are you focused on the paper, or are you focused on the text that's on the paper? That's something you have to think about. But this case is without the text. It's just like an isolated word or isolated sentence.
Det står på papiret. Vi mødtes på en bar. Vi mødtes på en bar.
Yeah, so this is like I said before, right? Because it's a public venue, it's like for having fun and stuff like that. So that is på en bar. And just like with på en restaurant. Pretty straightforward.
Vi mødtes på en bar. Der skete noget på en natklub. Der skete noget på en natklub.
Yeah, alright, so same thing, because it's a venue. Der skete noget på en natklub. At or in the nightclub. Sometimes when you have a Danish sentence, you might think it's very strange because it doesn't match the English translation or the English version. But that's when you have to remember that Danish has no obligation to fit with that. In Danish, is sometimes similar to English, and other times it goes in its own direction. So it can be very different at times.
Der skete noget på en natklub. Han lagde røret på. Han lagde røret på.
Yeah, I can't help but laugh a little bit when I see this literal translation, but it is actually technically correct. So, han lagde røret på is of course he hung up the phone. Now, granted, we don't actually say røret so much anymore because røret, that was like the more old phones. I don't mean like old, but just like 20 years ago, you know, when you had to like pick it up and then put it back in its charger station or whatever. Something like that. But lagde røret på is he hung up, because lagde is like laid or put. So he put it back because he was done talking or whatever. Put the pipe on. Sounds hilarious. Rør is both tube and pipe. You can look it up. Alright.
Han lagde røret på. Jeg lå på græsset.
Oh yeah.
Jeg lå på græsset.
So here it was, of course, lying on the grass. And yes, I mean lying as in lying down, not lying telling a lie. Just so nobody's confused. Jeg lå på græsset, because it's the ground, so you are on the ground. That's the idea here.
Jeg lå på græsset. Hun sidder på sin cykel.
That's a very strange voice I have.
Hun sidder på sin cykel.
So she's sitting on her bike or bicycle. På sin cykel. Because there's like a part where you consider it, it's like a pedestal, or top, so you're on that. But if it's car, then it's E, because you're inside the car. So it depends.
Hun sidder på sin cykel. Sidder hun inde på kontoret? Sidder hun inde på kontoret?
Yeah, so this can be confusing because you're thinking like, oh, it's in the office, right? Yeah, that would actually make sense, but for some reason we ended up saying på kontoret. If you happen to say I kontoret, that's okay, it's still passable. But it is more common to say på kontoret, maybe because we're focused on the desk, and all the tables in there. So it's like at the desk or on the desk kind of thing. That's also where the computer is. So, yeah.
Sidder hun inde på kontoret?
Alright, so that was på et or på one. That was like for the physical stuff, like on a surface or on a person, on a nose, etc. På to or på two is when it's non-physical. So this is usually where it gets more tricky because it differs quite a bit from English. Not always, but sometimes it does. So let's take a look and pay attention.
Han sagde det på dansk. Han sagde det på dansk.
And that is a classic. På dansk. In Danish. Don't ever say I dansk. That almost never happens. And if it does, it's meant in a different context. If it's a word in Danish or a sentence or conversation, then it's på dansk. It's på with any language. På dansk, på spansk, på fransk, på engelsk. Whatever it is. Han sagde det på dansk.
Han sagde det på dansk.
Oh yeah.
Vi gjorde det på min måde. Vi gjorde det på min måde.
Yeah, so the thing about this one is also a bit challenging because it's in a way in English, although of course you can say without the N, we did it my way. But in Danish, you have to have the preposition. If you just say, vi gjorde det min måde, we did it my way, or anyone else's way, could also be that. It's not gonna make sense, right? Så vi gjorde det på min måde. That's the preposition. Vi gjorde det på min måde. Yeah. Alright.
Vi gjorde det på min måde. Hun tænker på dig hver dag. Hun tænker på dig hver dag.
Okay, so this is where we're getting into harder territory that I can't even explain, like the whole territory today, because this is not the focus point. But tænke på is like to think about, eh? Like you are missing someone or something is occupying a lot of your attention. Maybe a big Harry Potter fan, I don't know, but something that you think a lot about, maybe a problem in your life or a person that's important. Then it's tænke på. But it's think about as in they occupy space in your mind, but not like you're thinking about doing something. Right? That's a little bit different. So yeah, we'll get to that some other day. I just had to mention it briefly.
Hun tænker på dig hver dag. Lad os skåle på det. Lad os skåle på det.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Eh? So let's cheer or toast to that. You know, something is great, you want to celebrate it, and you have some alcohol, probably alcohol, you're like, yay, skål. But skåle is the verb. Eh? So lad os skåle, let's cheer, let's toast. På det. Eh? It's important you say på and not some other preposition. På is the one.
Lad os skåle på det.
Yeah.
Er du på vej? Er du på vej?
Very good, very good. So er du på vej is, as you can see, are you on your way? And in English you would say on your way, but in Danish we don't say er du på din vej. Like that's strange. So just er du på vej? Are you on way? I think there are also some other languages where you say it like this without the possessive pronoun, like your or my. So yeah, er du på vej? Jeg er på vej, jeg er på vej. Like, I'm on my way. Something like that.
Er du på vej? Jeg skal på date i aften. Jeg skal på date i aften.
Right, so this is exactly the same as in English. You're going on a date. So in Danish, på date. And yes, that is the word we use nowadays. We do have a word called stævnemøde, but we don't say it much anymore, especially young people. It's almost like, it's very archaic for some of us. So just date, right? Pronounce the same way. Jeg skal på date i aften.
Jeg skal på date i aften.
Yeah.
De venter på os. De venter på os.
Yes, so as you can see is de venter på us. Right? Kind of like in English when you say they're waiting on us. Although I know in English you prefer to say for us. But that's how you say it in Danish. You gotta say på. If you took out the på, it would be okay, but that would be more like they're expecting us. De venter os. And that's a little bit different. De venter på os, it's more like you are being slow or whatever, eh? Or they're getting impatient or time is ticking, like, hey, come on, we're waiting for you. So, de venter på os.
De venter på os.
Venter på os, different dialect.
Selvfølgelig tror jeg på dig.
Yeah.
Selvfølgelig tror jeg på dig.
Yes, so selvfølgelig tror jeg på dig. Of course I believe you or I believe in you. At tro på means to believe or to believe in. And you can use it when there's a person you trust, like you believe their word. In your eyes they have credibility, or the story you believe, or maybe it's God or Santa Claus, like anything that's a matter of believing, you can say tro, right? Så jeg tror på dig. I believe in you. And then of course there's inversion because we have selvfølgelig here. Ikke? So selvfølgelig tror jeg på dig. Of course I believe in you.
Selvfølgelig tror jeg på dig. Du kan ikke stole på ham. Du kan ikke stole på ham.
Very nice. Så du kan ikke stole på ham. Right? You can't trust him. Du kan ikke stole på ham. And you gotta have the på in there. If you just say stole ham, that's not gonna work. So, kan ikke stole på ham. Yeah, very nice.
Du kan ikke stole på ham. Fokuser på bolden. Fokuser på bolden.
So, fokuser på bolden. It's pretty easy when you think about it. Focus on the ball. That's it. Right? Your eyes, your focus, your attention on the ball. Fokuser på bolden.
Fokuser på bolden. Gule shorts er på mode. Gule shorts er på mode.
Alright, so looking at this one, right, it's like they are in fashion or in style. Mode means fashion, like moda in some Latin languages. So på mode means that it's like trendy, that it's in at the moment. So gule shorts er på mode. Alright? Nice.
Gule shorts er på mode. Han håber på det bedste. Han håber på det bedste.
I forgot to comment there. So, han håber på det bedste. Right? It's like he's hoping for the best. He's got his fingers crossed. He's like, yes, come on. Right? Han håber på det bedste. Yeah, awesome.
Håber på det bedste. Har du taget lidt på? Har du taget lidt på?
Yeah, so har du taget lidt på is basically like, did you gain weight or did you put on a bit of weight? Right? I don't say the word vægt here, V-A-G-T. I don't say that here, we don't need to. Just, har du taget på, did you gain weight? Right? So that's basically it. It's a nice way of saying it.
Har du taget lidt på?
Yeah.
Lad os finde på noget. Lad os finde på noget.
Yeah, so this could be used in different ways. It really depends on the context. But it's basically like, let's figure something out, or let's come up with something. Maybe there's a problem and you need to solve it, so you need to come up with a with a solution or something like that. Or maybe you're bored, so you're like, let's come up with something. Let's think of something. So that's basically what it is. It's finde på. Finde på can also mean to come up with a story. Right? Det var bare noget, jeg fandt på. It was just something I came up with. So maybe someone is lying or just using fiction in general. That's how it is.
Lad os finde på noget. Jeg er sikker på det. Jeg er sikker på det.
Okay? So, jeg er sikker på det, I'm sure about it, or I'm sure of it, is how you say, like, when you're sure of something in Danish, you gotta have that på in there. You can't just say, jeg er sikker det. Right? But of course, this is a point that I make a lot, that you gotta have the preposition. So, jeg er sikker på det, eller det er jeg sikker på, that I'm sure of. Jeg er sikker på det. Very nice. And then let's see.
Jeg er sikker på det. De brugte mange penge på slik. De brugte mange penge på slik.
Alright, so this one, de brugte mange penge på slik. And it's kind of easy when you look at it. They spent or used a lot of money on candy, right, as a resource. That is something we say a lot. When you spend a resource, money, time, energy, the three primary ones, we say bruge. Right? Så de brugte mange penge på slik. Yeah. And let's not forget the på. That's the whole point here. På slik. Like on candy. That's how we say it.
De brugte mange penge på slik. Hvad kigger du på? Hvad kigger du på?
Yeah, to be fair, we kind of already had this, and like looking at the phone. Du skal ikke kigge på din telefon. Don't look at your phone. This is the same. The only difference is that this is a question. Så, hvad kigger du på? What are you looking at? Right? Yeah, very nice.
Hvad kigger du på? Hun svarede på mit spørgsmål. Hun svarede på mit spørgsmål.
Yep, that is how we say it. If someone has a question and you answer it, then it's at svare på. Ikke? Literally to answer on. Så hun svarede på mit spørgsmål. She answered my question. She answered to or on my question. Right? That's how we say it.
Hun svarede på mit spørgsmål. Jeg reagerede ikke rigtigt på nyheden. Jeg reagerede ikke rigtigt på nyheden. Jeg reagerede ikke.
Yeah, so this is like when you react to something, that is at reagere på. Right? Hvordan reagerede han på det? How did he react to it? So here he didn't really react. And he's like, like, just no reaction. Jeg reagerede ikke rigtigt på nyheden. Right? Didn't really react to the news.
Rigtigt på nyheden. Han går ofte på jagt. Han går ofte på jagt.
Now with this one, it's literally he often goes on a hunt or goes on hunt. Right? Because jagt is hunt. So it's not that he goes hunting, it's he goes on hunt. It sounds stupid in English, but anyway, direct translation. Han går ofte på jagt. Or if someone is on the hunt, like he's already there, then you could say, han er på jagt, like he's on a hunt, like that. You would also say it about a lion if you watch some documentary. You say like, løven går på jagt, ikke? Eller løvinderne, the lionesses, løvinderne er på jagt. Something like that. Yeah.
Han går ofte på jagt. Jeg har et barn på 5 år. Jeg har et barn på 5 år.
Jeg har et barn på 5 år. Ikke? I have a child of 5 or a 5-year-old child. It's kind of like I have a child at the age of 5. Like på 5 år. Because then you don't have to say, jeg har et barn, som er 5 år gammel. Ikke? Like you don't have to say that. You can make it shorter by just having the på. I have a kid of 5 years. Ikke? A kid that is, or a child that is 5 years old. So it's kind of convenient that way. And that's also like a lot of this learning is about taking shortcuts. Not to be lazy or anything, but to make it easier for yourself when it's possible.
Jeg har et barn på 5 år.
Yeah.
Det han sagde går mig virkelig på. Det han sagde går mig virkelig på.
Okay, so this one can be a bit tricky, but I'll try to explain it well. So the thing he said really bothers me, or really got to me. If I say, det går mig på, or der er noget, der går mig på, it's sort of like it's under my skin. Like I can't stop thinking about it. Maybe I'm a bit obsessing about it. I just can't forget it. So that's what it means. If something is like går mig på, eller det går ham på, means that it's bothering the person. Like they can't let it go. So yeah, it's something that makes more sense when you see it in a real context, because all of these are out of context, obviously.
Det han sagde går mig virkelig på. Gang på gang fortalte han den historie. Gang på gang fortalte han den historie.
Alright, this is very nice. So basically, gang på gang is like time on time, like time upon time, like time and time again. Gang på gang fortalte han den historie. You see? So yeah, that's how it is. And by the way, it also creates inversion. Gang på gang fortalte. So pay attention to that as well. Gang på gang.
Gang på gang fortalte han den historie. På det tidspunkt var jeg stadig ung. På det tidspunkt var jeg stadig ung.
Alright, very nice. So, again, something with time. Tidspunkt means time or point in time. Ikke? Tid is time and punkt is point, so time point, if you will. At that time, I was still young. And that is the right preposition we use when we say tidspunkt. På det tidspunkt. Yeah. Very nice.
På det tidspunkt var jeg stadig ung. Vi må hjælpe din mor på et senere tidspunkt. Vi må hjælpe din mor på et senere tidspunkt.
Alright, so this is kind of the same, but in a different way. Like, so tidspunkt, again, just another place in the sentence. Vi må hjælpe din mor på et senere tidspunkt. Like, sort of like, we have to help, we can't do it now, so we'll have to do it later. It'll just have to wait. That type of thing. På et senere tidspunkt. Right? Now, of course, if you really just want to be quick, you could say, vi må hjælpe din mor senere. Right? Eller, det må vi gøre senere. But I want to spell it out here, so you get a lot of vocabulary. På et senere tidspunkt. At a later time. Very nice.
Vi må hjælpe din mor på et senere tidspunkt.
Yeah.
Vi drak øl midt på dagen.
Oh yeah.
Vi drak øl midt på dagen.
I like this, obviously. So, vi drak øl midt på dagen is beer in the middle of the day. Right? Vi drak øl midt på dagen. Because it's like on the day, like on the dot or on the spot, if you will. Like midt på dagen. That's something you can say.
Vi drak øl midt på dagen.
Yep.
Skal du flyve på fredag? Skal du flyve på fredag?
So, if you have a weekday and it's the future, right? It's the one to come, then you say på fredag. Jeg skal flyve på fredag. Skal du flyve på fredag? Ja, det skal jeg. Right? Or vi ses på lørdag. Vi ses på søndag. Anything when it's in the future. På and then name of the weekday. Right? Just don't say something like på i morgen, like on tomorrow. Like that's not a thing. It's with weekdays. Yeah. Skal du flyve på fredag?
Skal du flyve på fredag?
Mm-hmm.
Der er fest på søndag.
Yeah.
Der er fest på søndag.
Alright, same thing, same exact point. En fest på søndag. Something on Sunday. Der er fest på søndag. Yeah.
Der er fest på søndag. Det regner altid på denne tid af året. Det regner altid på denne tid af året.
Alright, so this could look a little bit hard because you have a lot of words, but basically, det regner altid på denne tid af året. It always rains at this time of year. Is because it's at this time, similar to tidspunkt before, and point in time. So, på denne tid af året. That is how we say it. Of the year, literally. Yeah. Nice.
Det regner altid på denne tid af året. Fuglene synger som regel på denne årstid. Fuglene synger som regel på denne årstid.
Right, so this is a little bit different. Fuglene synger som regel på denne årstid. The birds usually sing during or in this season. When we say årstid, we mean season, like one of the 4 seasons. Now it's summer, of course. På denne årstid. That is the one you want to pick there. And by the way, som regel means usually, but literally means as rule. Regel is rule, R-U-L-E. So, som regel, usually, and then whatever follows. Right? Fuglene synger som regel på denne årstid. Kind of like that.
Fuglene synger som regel på denne årstid. Jeg lavede mad på 20 minutter.
Oh yeah.
Jeg lavede mad på 20 minutter.
Now this is good. So let's really pay attention here, because why would you say på 20 minutter when it's in 20 minutes? Well, here's the thing. In Danish, when you can complete something within a certain deadline or time space, time frame, that is på. Right? So it's like I did it in 20 minutes. If I'm gonna start in 20 minutes, that's different. That's We'll get to that some other time. Right? But this is within 20 minutes. I finished. So important.
Jeg lavede mad på 20 minutter.
Yep, I did.
Kan du løbe 3 kilometer på 5 minutter?
What is this?
Kan du løbe 3 kilometer på 5 minutter?
Yeah, so this is the same basic point. Right? Like, can you get it done? Is it possible for you to run 3 kilometers within 5 minutes? Kan du løbe 3 kilometer på 5 minutter? Right? Kind of like that. And it's of course super silly what I'm saying here, but it works grammar-wise. So.
Kan du løbe 3 kilometer på 5 minutter? Hun bor i en lille by. Hun bor i en lille by.
Now, looking at this one, it's actually pretty easy, right? Because whenever you are like inside of something, then it's i, right? I en lille by. Hun bor i en lille by. Yeah, like that.
Hun bor i en lille by. Du blev født i Finland. Du blev født i Finland.
Alright, so look at this one. Right? This is i Finland. Now, what is Finland? Finland is, of course, a country. So whenever it's a country, you say i, right? With cities and countries, you say i. But with islands, you say på. And then, of course, when there is some disputed territory, some might say i, some might say på. But you get the gist. So this is, of course, du blev født i Finland. Alright.
Du blev født i Finland. Vi har en gæst i vores lejlighed.
I love this.
Vi har en gæst i vores lejlighed.
Oh yeah, alright. And so again, you are in the apartment. You are inside the apartment. So, i vores lejlighed. Right? You couldn't say på. Vi har en gæst i vores lejlighed. Very nice.
Vi har en gæst i vores lejlighed. Der er en mærkelig lugt i huset. Der er en mærkelig lugt i huset.
Yes, and this is the same thing. The other one was a person, like a person inside the apartment. But this is the same grammar. Lugt i huset, smell in the house. So like apartment or house or a specific room in many cases, although sometimes it's på, it's usually i. Right? Der er en mærkelig lugt i huset. Yeah.
Der er en mærkelig lugt i huset. Der er en god film i fjernsynet.
Oh yeah.
Der er en god film i fjernsynet.
Yeah, so this one can be a little bit confusing if you're not used to Danish grammar yet. Because in English, it's like on TV. Right? But in Danish, it's i fjernsynet. And the reason for that is that it's like inside. Right? Like you look into the world of the TV or the movie. And therefore it's i fjernsynet. If you say på fjernsynet, that'll be something like I could say, jeg kigger på fjernsynet. I'm looking at the TV, and like the device, the screen itself. But the things that are going on inside the TV, the adventure, if you will, that is i.
Der er en god film i fjernsynet.
Yeah.
Han ligger i sin seng. Han ligger i sin seng.
Okay, so han ligger i sin seng. I mean, this is pretty much the same as in English. I sin seng, in his bed. Yeah. sometimes you might see pussing, but then it's more because you're like on the surface. Like maybe you're at the edge or the seat or the tip of the bed, if you will, something like that. But this is like, he's sleeping or he's taking a nap. So therefore it's han ligger i sin seng. Oh yeah.
Han ligger i sin seng. Jeg står i badet. Jeg står i badet.
Right, so obviously you're never gonna hear this. I mean, who's gonna say this? But grammatically it's good. Because when you're in the shower, then you say I. I could also say jeg går i bad. Like I'm going in shower, literally. Jeg går i bad. But in this case, jeg står i badet. Or if you want to talk about something in the shower, like, oh, that's where the shampoo is, that's where the shaver is. Den er i badet. It's in the shower. Yeah. Perfect.
Jeg står i badet.
Yeah.
Jeg tabte noget i toilettet. Jeg tabte noget i toilettet.
Okay, this is very depressing, but it could happen. So, jeg tabte noget i toilettet. Again, it's inside of something. And like, it's not on top of, it's inside of. And therefore, it's i toilettet. Yeah. Very nice.
Jeg tabte noget i toilettet. De er ude i køkkenet. De er ude i køkkenet.
Yeah, so this one can be a bit strange to look at. Not so much because of the E, but because of the ude. Like, why do you say ude? Out in English, that's weird, right? Yeah, that's just something we do a lot in Danish. We might say like inde på værelset, og ude på badeværelset, og ude i køkkenet. Our use of inde and ude is something that's not so easy to explain, but the longer time you spend in Denmark, or the longer time you spend absorbing materials and stuff, you'll be like, oh yeah, that's when you use ude, or that's when you use inde, or hen, or oppe, or nede, like up and down. It can be a little bit strange, but it is important if you want to reach a very high level that you get used to it. But yeah, the E itself is pretty simple. Like, i køkkenet, in the kitchen. That's it.
De er ude i køkkenet. Hans børn leger i stuen. Hans børn leger i stuen.
Yeah, so again, it's pretty easy because it's a room, it's the living room. So, hans børn leger i stuen. That's really all it is. Yeah. Very nice.
Hans børn leger i stuen. Hvem er det, der sidder i min stol? Hvem er det, der sidder i min stol?
Okay, so this is kind of weird, but basically, who's that person sitting in my chair? Hvem er det, der sidder i min stol? Now, usually hear i min stol, because you're like in the chair. I mean, you might hear på stol, because it could be a surface. But if someone is sitting in a chair, we'll usually say i. Hvem er det, der sidder i min stol? Right? Yeah, very good stuff.
Hvem er det, der sidder i min stol?
Mm-hmm.
Er der mælk i gryden? Er der mælk i gryden?
Alright, so this one, again, we're talking about inside of something. So gryde is pot or casserole, like for cooking. Så er der mælk i gryden? And you could also say i about the food itself, like the sauce, maybe making spaghetti, bolognese or something, or the water, or anything, like whatever stuff you have, what's inside of it, you say i.
Er der mælk i gryden?
Mælk i gryden.
Jeg faldt ned i et hul.
So stupid.
Jeg faldt ned i et hul.
Yeah, right, it's pretty silly, but it's good for learning. Så jeg faldt ned i et hul is of course I fell down or I fell into a hole. Right? Ned is of course down, and then i is like in. So i et hul, because you're inside a hole. Yeah, that's basically it.
Jeg faldt ned i et hul. Hun bor inde i en hule. Hun bor inde i en hule.
Yes, so hun bor inde i en hule is very similar to the last one, although notice the word here is hule, not hul. Like hule. Hun bor inde i en hule. She lives inside a cave. Or she is living inside a cave. Because you will always be inside a cave, right? If you live there.
Hun bor inde i en hule. Hvad har du i tasken? Hvad har du i tasken?
Okay, so hvad har du i tasken is of course what do you have in the back or purse, right? Because it's, like I already said so many times, it's inside of something. Hvad har du i tasken? Hvad har du i tasken?
Hvad har du i tasken? Vi sidder i bilen. Vi sidder i bilen.
Yes, so this is of course, vi sidder i bilen, we're sitting in the car or inside the car. Like, i bilen, in the car. For sure, sometimes you'll see på bilen, like on the car, if you have a sticker or something. Or ved bilen, like by the car, V-E-D, ved. So yeah, it can be different prepositions. But you as a passenger or driver, that'll be i, unless it's some crazy Batman movie. Vi sidder i bilen.
Vi sidder i bilen. Hun har noget i munden. Hun har noget i munden.
Yes, so of course, i munden. Hun har noget i munden. It's a closed space. Hun har noget i munden. She has something in her mouth.
Hun har noget i munden. Der er en mus i kassen. Der er en mus i kassen.
Yes, so der er en mus i kassen. There's a mouse in the box. Right? Again, closed space inside the box.
Der er en mus i kassen. Vi sang i kirken. Vi sang i kirken.
Oh yes, vi sang i kirken. We sang in the church. Or we were singing, if you want to say that. So it's i kirken because you're inside the building. Very often it's i when it's a building, like inside of it. Although there are some exceptions sometimes for other reasons, and you'll see that as we go along. Vi sang i kirken.
Vi sang i kirken. Går du i skole? Går du i skole?
Så går du i skole is like, do you go to or do you attend school? Like on a daily, regular basis. Går du i skole? Jeg går i skole. Jeg går ikke i skole. Something like that.
Går du i skole? Jeg læste noget interessant i en bog. Jeg læste noget interessant i en bog.
Okay, so looking at this is kind of long, but it's still pretty easy. Jeg læste noget interessant i en bog. Læste noget interessant i en bog. This is, of course, because the book is open, so it's inside the book. Jeg læste noget interessant i en bog. Yeah. Very nice.
Jeg læste noget interessant i en bog. Min datter holdt fast i mig. Min datter holdt fast i mig.
Now, I like this one because this could both be physical and non-physical, but here it's physical. So, min datter holdt fast i mig is, of course, my datter held on to me, and like tight, like she didn't want to let go, or she held my hand, or some strength put in here. Min datter holdt fast i mig. Yeah, holde fast i is to hold on to. This is, of course, a bit harder because it's like a sort of phrasal / compound verb, and that's not really for beginners, but the more verbs you learn, the more often you'll see that there are these where you combine certain words to make a new verb, right? Because holde just means to hold, but holde fast i is to hold on to. Yeah, well, you'll get it.
Min datter, hold fast i mig. Du skal ikke hive i mandens skæg. Du skal ikke hive i mandens skæg.
Oh yeah, I love this. So, du skal ikke hive i mandens skæg. This is of course, don't pull the man's beard. And yeah, again, hive, that is like pull. Like with force, you're pulling. Så du skal ikke hive i mandens skæg. And du skal ikke is just another way of saying don't. Like you shall not, but that sounds weird in English. So, du skal ikke hive i mandens skæg. Right? That's how it is. That's how it is.
Du skal ikke hive i mandens skæg. Jeg skal have noget i maven. Jeg skal have noget i maven.
Yeah. Now, this one I really like. It's a little bit hard if you're kind of basic with Danish. But basically it's like, jeg skal have noget i maven. I need to eat something. I need to get something in my stomach. Jeg skal have, I need, I want, noget i maven. Something in the stomach or my stomach. Jeg skal have noget i maven. Right? So this is a very good way of saying that you're hungry. Of course, you can always say, jeg er sulten, or jeg vil spise, or jeg er nødt til at spise noget. That's just as fine. But this is a nice colloquial way if you're trying to take your Danish to a higher level, a more natural level. Right? It's very good stuff. And as we can see, noget i maven. Right? Something in the stomach. My stomach. And that's something else. In Danish, when we have a body part, we usually don't say like min mave, mit hoved, mit hjerte. I mean, sometimes we do. But a lot of the time, it's just like maven, hovedet, skulderen, foden, and like the brain, the heart, the shoulder, the foot, whatever. Because we already know it's our own. So we don't need to say like min or mit.
Jeg skal have noget i maven.
Oh yeah, so this right here is when it's like non-physical, and because all the ones I just did are basically about, surfaces, like it's in the car or in the bed or in the pot or like in the mouth. It's always inside of something that physically exists. But this one, it's a little more tricky because it's not real objects, but you'll see and you'll learn a lot.
De sagde det i kor. De sagde det i kor.
Yeah, so de sagde det i kor is of course they said it in chorus or at the same time, or they said it in unison. Right? Kor literally means choir, like singing choir. So de sagde det i kor. And this is very nice. And you would never guess this like if you just were to do it directly from English. So this is gold. This is really valuable knowledge. De sagde det i kor.
De sagde det i kor. Hvad er der i vejen? Hvad er der i vejen?
Oh yeah, this is really good. So it's like, what's wrong? And literally, what's in the way? But we get it from the context. I vejen could also be like, something is in the way. And like, hey, du er i vejen. And like, you're in the way, you're blocking my, passage or something. But if someone says, hvad er i vejen, that means what's wrong. And this is very good to know. So you don't always say something like, hvad er problemet? Eller hvad er der galt? Now, hvad er der galt is also fine. Totally, you can say, hvad er der galt? But I will say that if you always say, hvad er problemet? It's very textbook. Like, if you have a friend who's upset and you say, hvad er problemet? That doesn't sound very compassionate. Hvad er i vejen is much better. Definitely. You can see, like, what's in the way of your happiness. Right? Kind of like that.
Hvad er der i vejen? Jeg lagde meget energi i det. Jeg lagde meget energi i det.
Now this one is like, I put a lot of energy into it. Right? Because lagde is like put in the past tense. Jeg lagde or I laid. Jeg lagde meget energi i det. I put a lot of energy into it. It's like an investment. Ikke? Energi i det. Into it or in it.
Jeg lagde meget energi i det.
Yep.
Lad os holde fast i disse traditioner. Lad os holde fast i disse traditioner.
Yeah, so this is kind of like what we had before, you probably remember. At holde fast i, to hold on to. Yeah, but in this case, it's not physical, it is non-physical, because you're not physically holding on to the tradition. You're not letting it go, like you are maintaining it, you're keeping it. Lad os holde fast i disse traditioner. Let's hold on to these traditions.
Lad os holde fast i disse traditioner. Vi går meget op i hygiejne hjemme hos mig. Vi går meget op i hygiejne hjemme hos mig.
Yeah, so when you see this, you might be like, what is that? Go up i. Like, if you've never seen it before, it can be very confusing. But vi går meget op i hygiejne hjemme hos mig basically means we care a lot about hygiene in my house or my home. Right? At gå op i is to care about, to be meticulous, to have it as a priority, and like you place importance on it. That is at gå op i. And one example could be hygiene. Right? I could also say, hvad går du op i? Like, what do you care about? That kind of stuff. Like, what are your priorities? It's very good when you're talking about like priorities and values and stuff like that. And a little note here. Notice how it's hjemme hos mig. It doesn't say something like i mit hus. I could say i mit hus, but it's just much more natural and much more common to say hjemme hos mig. Like my base, like my turf. Turf is a bad expression, but you know what I mean. Hjemme hos mig.
Vi går meget op i hygiejne hjemme hos mig. Du har ret i mange ting. Du har ret i mange ting.
Alright, this is really good because, first of all, some of you may not know that the way to say that someone is right in Danish is har ret. Right? Some of you might be thinking like, oh, it's du er rigtig or jeg er rigtig. No, it's har ret. This is the present tense. Of course, the infinitive is at have ret or at have ret. Alright, so that's covered. Du har ret, you are right. But then the I is like about. Right? You are right about many things. If I just said, du har ret mange ting, not gonna fly. Gotta have the I. Du har ret i mange ting. You're right about many things. Oh yeah.
Du har ret i mange ting. Jeg giver dig ret i, at sangen er god. Jeg giver dig ret i, at sangen er god.
Oh yes, so this is similar but a little bit different. Now, ret is still like right, to be right. But this is giver. Så jeg giver dig ret i, at sangen er god. Kind of like I'll acknowledge or I admit that the song is good. Like maybe you have this song that you just love so much, and I'm like, yeah, alright, I admit it. And like you've been building my expectations, and then it turns out that you're actually right. So yeah, jeg giver dig ret i, at sangen er god. Right? That's how it is. Giver dig ret i, at sangen er god. Yeah, it literally means I'll give you right, which sounds so silly, but that's just another reason why we should never do direct translations.
Jeg giver dig ret i, at sangen er god. Hun faldt i staver. Hun faldt i staver.
Yeah, so this one's kind of cool, and you would never find this out on your own. So, hun faldt i staver. Faldt is of course fell. And staver doesn't really have any meaning on its own in modern Danish. But at falde i staver is to like, zone out or drift. Kind of like when you're stoned. And just kind of like, looking into the air. Like that. Not really being present. Like a bit absent-minded. Yeah. Hun faldt i staver.
Hun tog os i at stjæle slik. Hun tog os i at stjæle slik.
Now, this is a good one. Hun tog os i at stjæle slik. That's basically, she caught us, or she busted us stealing candy. Tog us, it's like, yeah, literally tage. It comes from tage, is to take. But at tage i, ikke? Tage someone i is like to catch them, right? Or to bust them. So this is definitely something you want to avoid. Like you don't want this to happen to you. But I should also say that it's not only about busting other people. It could also be about yourself. Like if you catch yourself doing something bad, maybe swearing or picking your nose or anything that you consider bad, right? Then you could be like, oh, jeg tog mig selv i at gøre det. I caught myself doing it. Right? Kind of like that.
Hun tog os i at stjæle slik. Jeg faldt i søvn. Jeg faldt i søvn.
Yeah, så jeg faldt i søvn. Ikke? I fell asleep. And this is pretty much like in English. The only difference is that we have it in two words. Ikke? I søvn. And you will say asleep in English. That's all it is. Alright.
Jeg faldt i søvn. Hun sidder i en trance lige nu. Hun sidder i en trance lige nu.
Okay, so this is a very straightforward. Ikke? Hun sidder i en trance. She's sitting in a trance. Hun sidder i en trance lige nu. Because you are in a trance. So, yeah, nothing else to say.
Hun sidder i en trance lige nu. Du er i godt humør i dag. Du er i godt humør i dag.
Okay, so here we actually have to i. We can take both of them. So, du er i godt humør. Right? You are in a mood. Du er i godt humør. And then i dag, today. And i dag is of course two words, not one word. Don't spell i dag like one word. We don't want to see that. Så, du er i godt humør i dag.
Du er i godt humør i dag. Han handlede i god tro. Han handlede i god tro.
Alright, so han handlede i god tro is very much like his English counterpart. He acted in good faith, and like he had good intentions, or he thought that he was doing the right thing. Han handlede i god tro, and tro is faith. And it's like in this case, or the a legal context, and like it was innocent intent or religious, and like det er min tro, it is my faith. Hey Mathis, så han handlede i god tro.
Han handlede i god tro. I morgen er det søndag. I morgen er det søndag.
Alright, so this is very easy. I morgen er det søndag. Tomorrow it's Sunday. I morgen er det søndag. And notice there's an inversion, by the way. Right? I morgen er det søndag. And there's an inversion because there's something about time. Right? But you already knew that.
I morgen er det søndag. I går havde du travlt. I går havde du travlt.
Yeah, so i går havde du travlt. And yesterday you were busy. That's how it is. I går havde du travlt. And yeah, same thing as the other ones. Right? I går, that's in two words.
I går havde du travlt. I dag er det fredag. I dag er det fredag.
Oh yes, i dag er det fredag. There it is again. So here this is like the focus. Right? I dag er det fredag. Today's Friday.
I dag er det fredag. Hørte du den høje lyd i nat? Hørte du den høje lyd i nat?
Yeah, so hørte du den høje lyd i nat is, did you hear the loud sound last night? And last night. If you said something like sidste nat, and sidste is of course last, that would be unnatural. Like i nat is last night. So yeah, you'll notice we have a lot of these I when you say like today, tomorrow, or something like that.
Hørte du den høje lyd i nat? Det bliver travlt i aften. Det bliver travlt i aften.
Yeah, so look at this. Det bliver travlt i aften. It's going to get busy tonight. Right? Like maybe you work in a restaurant and there's going to be a lot of guests or something like that. There's going to be a lot of things to do. Så det bliver travlt i aften. Yeah, and again it's i aften. Right? That's how we say like tonight.
Det bliver travlt i aften. I år er jeg julemand. I år er jeg julemand.
Alright. So, i år er jeg julemand. Ikke? This year I'm Santa Claus. And, I mean, yeah, you could probably get away with saying dette år, like literally this year, but it's just not common. And this is the common way. I år er jeg julemand. This year I'm Santa Claus.
I år er jeg julemand. Jeg ventede på ham i 2 timer. Jeg ventede på ham i 2 timer.
Not cool. Så, jeg ventede på ham i 2 timer. I waited for him for 2 hours. Right? Now, here you actually also have på, but that's totally fine. The point is i 2 timer. And I really, really want to stress this one because almost everybody makes this mistake. So, the reason why it's i is because that's the duration. Right? The time something was going on, or is going on, or will be going on for, the time that it lasted. Så, jeg ventede på ham i 2 timer. Not for, okay? Don't say like, for 2 timer. No. Because that would sound like you're gonna say, for 2 timer siden, which is 2 hours ago. Right? When it's duration of time, then it's i 2 timer. Right? For how long it was going on, is going on, or will be going on. Alright, remember that. Jeg ventede på ham i 2 timer.
Jeg ventede på ham i 2 timer. Klokken er 5 minutter i 2. Klokken er 5 minutter i 2.
Okay, so the time or the clock. Klokken er 5 minutter i 2. Right? It's 5 minutes to 2. That's really all it is. And that is how we say it. It's like it almost reaches something. Then you say I and then that number. Right? Like I1, I2, I3, I4, etc. You know how it is.
Klokken er 5 minutter i 2. Den er kvart i 3. Den er kvart i 3.
Alright, so this is the same thing. Right? Because it's time. It's like getting closer to a full hour. So, den er kvart i 3. It's quarter or a quarter to 3.
Den er kvart i 3. Hvad laver du i øjeblikket? Hvad laver du i øjeblikket?
Okay, hvad laver du i øjeblikket? Like, what do you do at the moment, or what are you doing at the moment? Øjeblikket literally means the moment. Right? Hvad laver du i øjeblikket? Like these days, recently, at the moment. Yeah. Hvad laver du i øjeblikket?
Hvad laver du i øjeblikket? Hvor meget får du i løn? Hvor meget får du i løn?
Yeah, this could sound very rude as a question in almost any context, but the grammar is good. So, hvor meget får du i løn? Like, how much do you get paid? Or like, literally, how much do you get in salary? Right? Because løn is salary. Hvor meget får du i løn? Yeah. Alright.
Hvor meget får du i løn? I hvor høj grad er du tilfreds? I hvor høj grad er du tilfreds?
Okay, so i hvor høj grad er du tilfreds? So what or how high a degree are you satisfied? Like with a performance or something. It can sound a little bit formal, like i hvor høj grad. Right? But formality in Danish doesn't necessarily mean distance. It just means that you're more focused. So yeah, i hvor høj grad er du tilfreds?
I hvor høj grad er du tilfreds? De lever i fattigdom. De lever i fattigdom.
Oh yeah, that's sad. Så de lever i fattigdom. Ikke? They live in poverty. And you'll see this with some other things too, like in a certain environment, okay, or condition. Then you could say e. Of course, I couldn't include everything in this video because there are just too many uses, but this represents it pretty well. Like i fattigdom, in poverty.
De lever i fattigdom. Landet er i krig. Landet er i krig.
Yeah, so this looks kind of similar, right? It's like i krig, so in or at war. Landet er i krig. Pretty simple.
Landet er i krig. Jeg befinder mig i en interessant situation. Jeg befinder mig i en interessant situation.
Yeah, so at befinde sig, that's the infinitive. At befinde sig is to find yourself in or simply to be in. Right? Så jeg befinder mig i en interessant situation. I find myself in an interesting situation. Like, I am in an interesting situation.
Jeg befinder mig i en interessant situation.
Yeah. Okay, so that was the last one. Vi spiser 2 gange om dagen. Vi spiser 2 gange om dagen. Right? Så vi spiser 2 gange om dagen is we eat 2 times a day or twice a day. And what you'll see here is that 2 gange om dagen is like twice a day. Right? So how often you do something, how many times you do something is because it's like repeating itself. And it's the same with like the week or year or month or anything like that. And you say and then you say dagen, ugen, måneden, året. That's how it is. So this is a very important thing that you have to know. Alright. Vores forældre danser et par gange om ugen. Vores forældre danser et par gange om ugen. Our parents dance a couple of times a week. So again, look at this. Et par gange om ugen. A couple of times a week. Because it's every week. It's like a cycle. It's repeating itself. Jeg spiller tennis om mandagen. Jeg spiller tennis om mandagen. So I play tennis on Mondays. Now, mandagen literally means the Monday, so it could also be a specific Monday. But generally speaking, like if you have some activities that you do on certain weekdays, like every week, then you will say om mandagen, om tirsdagen, om onsdagen. Right? Yeah, that might be weird for you if you're thinking in English, like why is it the Monday, the Tuesday, etc. But that is just how we say it. Right? Jeg spiller tennis om mandagen. Beautiful. De fleste sover om natten. De fleste sover om natten. Most people sleep during the night. Or I could say most people sleep at night. At night. Because om natten, just as it's om dagen, is like during, like at that time, because it's repeating itself. De fleste sover om natten. And also notice here that it says de fleste, but it doesn't say de fleste mennesker or folk or personer or any of these words that we have for people. That is because we already know from the context that we're talking about people. De fleste sover om natten. Okay, moving on. Vi arbejder om dagen. Vi arbejder om dagen. We work during the day or we work a day, right? In the daytime. Vi arbejder om dagen. So this is actually the same as the other one, right? Om natten, om dagen. Right? That's what we say. You can also say it about animals. I think like some are more active at night, for example, bats or whatever. So it's very useful in that context. Alright. Så, the next one. Filmen starter om 2 minutter. Filmen starter om 2 minutter. Okay, the movie starts in 2 minutes. This is different because you see the translation here. Why is it in? Like, that doesn't make sense, right? From your perspective. But it does. It really does. Because in Danish, when you are counting down, like there's a counter, there's a clock, there's some time remaining, time left, then you say okay, 2 minutter. And I'm gonna repeat this because it's very easy to make a mistake here. Like, you might want to say I 2 minutter, but no, don't say I, because I is like for 2 minutes, right? So obviously you can't say that here. You could say it in another context. Like, vi så en film I 2 minutter. Right? We saw a movie for 2 minutes. I mean, it's a very short movie, but grammatically you can say it. So like, I is for how long it will last, or is lasting, or lasted. But is like counting down, like 2 minutes left before the movie starts. Yeah, this is very important, so please don't forget. Alright, we move on. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. I have to go home in a moment or in a bit. Look at this. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. Now, gå hjem is of course go home, right? And om lidt could be in a moment or in a bit, like in a short while. You could also say om et øjeblik, but om lidt is just more common. So again, it's kind of like counting down, right? Lidt, even though lit just means a little or a bit. But yeah, I think you get it. Jeg skal gå hjem om lidt. Alright, and now that we're already singing. Hvad handler sangen om? Hvad handler sangen om? What is the song about? Okay? Hvad handler sangen om? So, handler. Handler is a verb that means about, like it's about something. And that is different from English. Now, I could just say, hvad er sangen om? But that would be unnatural. Like, it's more common to say handler. If you're talking about a song or a story, anything where there's like action and a plot, then we say handler, right? Like there's a premise. Handler, la la la, Hvad handler sangen om? What is the song about? And if you took out the that would also be wrong. Hvad handler sangen? No, because handler on its own can also mean to act. And like, det er tid til at handle. Like, it's time to act, like go to action. Or it could be handle, like to do grocery shopping. So it's very important that you have this Alright, cool. Then you have, det var en historie om kærlighed. Det var en historie om kærlighed. Ja, så det var en historie om kærlighed. It was a story about love. And this is very similar, right? Because it's about love. It's about that topic. Det var en historie om kærlighed. It was a story about love. Nu vil jeg fortælle dig om en legende. Nu vil jeg fortælle dig om en legende. Now I will tell you about a legend. So this is similar to before, but slightly different. And so this is like talking about, well, specifically telling someone about. Fortælle dig om en legende. Yeah. It's pretty straightforward and kind of like English. Hvad snakkede I om? Hvad snakkede I om? Hvad snakkede I om? What did you talk about? Or what were you talking about? And I is of course you, as in you guys, plural. So you have the topic or the subject, and that's sort of the center of the conversation. So what were you talking about? And What was it centered around? Like that. Hvad snakkede I om? And then, hvad ved du om den sag? Hvad ved du om den sag? Hvad ved du om den sag? What do you know about that case or matter? Now, looking at this is of course knowledge about something. Again, it's regarding some case or matter. So, is the key word here. Very good stuff. Det gælder om at vinde. Det gælder om at vinde. It's about winning, or the point is to win. Now, this one is a little bit harder to get, because gælder can have different meanings. Gælder can be like, it applies. But here, gælder om is kind of like, it's about winning. Like, there's a, sports tournament, and it's like, hey, the point is to win. Det gælder om at vinde. But you could also say it about many other things. Det gælder om at, like, let's say within the game, football or whatever, you could say det gælder om at score, like scoring, making goals. So it's about scoring. Det gælder om is like the point or the purpose, or the way to do it right. Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky. Gælder. Some people might say, det gælder ikke. And det gælder ikke is kind of like, it doesn't count, or it's not fair, or it doesn't live up to some criteria. I know this is a little bit abstract, but I just want you guys to pay attention when you see gælder in some context. You're like, oh yeah, that's what Thomas said. Right? So remember that. Det gælder om at vinde. Det gælder om at vinde. Alright. Hvad tænker du om mit forslag? Hvad tænker du om mit forslag? What are you thinking about my suggestion or proposal, whichever? So, tænker om, like what are you thinking about? Yeah, it's pretty straightforward, kind of like what I just said before, because your thoughts are like circling around the suggestion, and you're having thoughts about it, you're thinking something about it. Alright, cool. Hvad synes du om min kæreste? Hvad synes du om min kæreste? Hvad synes du om min kæreste? What do you think about my boyfriend or girlfriend? It's both, it's gender neutral, kæreste. Hvad synes du om min kæreste? Yeah, so you see synes here. Again, synes is one of those verbs that usually can cause a lot of problems, but it is what it is. So hvad synes du is like, what is your opinion? Do you approve? Do you think he sucks? Or whatever. So, hvad synes du om min kæreste? Moving on. Folk har forskellige meninger om den sag. Folk har forskellige meninger om den sag. People have different opinions about that matter or case. That's a translation matter. So again, opinions about something. Meninger om den sag. Folk har forskellige meninger om den sag. Beautiful. Alright. Han har meget høje tanker om sig selv. Han har meget høje tanker om sig selv. He thinks very highly of himself. Now, literally, and maybe some of you already guessed this, is that høje tanker is high thoughts. And like he has high thoughts about or of himself. But yeah, thinks highly of himself. Right? Meget høje tanker om sig selv. About himself. Yeah, that's right. Sig selv is like oneself. So you don't have to say, well, you shouldn't say ham selv or hende selv. It's no. It's sig selv, regardless of gender. Yeah, gotta love that reflexive stuff. Jeg er ikke sikker på, om han ved det. Jeg er ikke sikker på, om han ved det. I'm not sure if he knows it. Right? So this gets very interesting because ikke sikker, that is of course not sure, like not certain. And here is like if or whether, could also be whether. So I don't know, I'm not sure if he knows it, whether he knows it. The key here is that you don't say this, because I know that some of you'll feel tempted to say this, because that's how you say if in Danish. But that's not what you say if it's like whether or not. Right? If it's a direct conditional, like hvis du giver mig en gave, bliver jeg glad. If you give me a present, I'll be happy. Then it's this. But this is not really a conditional. This is more like whether or not. Right? There's some uncertainty, and therefore it's Basically, if you can say whether in English, then you have to say in Danish. Okay? Alright, that's like a little rule of thumb. Good stuff. Ved I, om det bliver godt vejr i morgen? Ved I, om det bliver godt vejr i morgen? Do you know if it'll be good weather tomorrow, or if the weather will be good? Om det bliver godt vejr i morgen. And this is the same thing, and like we just talked about if, ved I, and this is huge. So I really stress this point because I've been teaching for like how many years? 6.5 years, these private lessons that I do, and this is one of the most common mistakes, even from intermediate learners. I hear it, they keep saying this, and I'm like, no, it's please remember, right? Ved I, det bliver godt vejr i morgen. Yeah. Alright, next one. Uanset om man kan lide det eller ej, skal man betale skat. Uanset om man kan lide det eller ej, skal man betale skat. Whether you like it or not, you have to pay taxes. Oh, what a Danish thing to say. Regardless. So, uanset. And uanset is like no matter or whether or regardless. Uanset whether, so like there is some whether or not, and you can actually see it here. Om man kan lide det eller ej, if you like it or not. Eller ej is like or not when it's uncertainty. Eller ej. Vil du have den eller ej? Do you want it or not? Skal man betale skat? You have to pay taxes. And of course there is inversion here. But you guys already know inversion because I did a video about it. Yeah. But yeah, do look at this. Like uanset man kan lide det eller ej. Yeah. Alright. Tænk dig om, før du gør noget dumt. Tænk dig om, før du gør noget dumt. Tænk dig om, før du gør noget dumt. Think twice or think carefully before you do something stupid. Now, tænk dig om is actually, there's two meanings here, but this one is sort of like, don't just act impulsively. Don't do something sudden and rash. So that is like, do think twice. But it can also mean that you need to think more. Like if I ask you a question, maybe it's a quiz or something, or maybe it's about Danish, but I want you to really think before you throw in the towel. Then I'm like, tænk dig om, eller tænk dig nu om. Like, come on, think more, think carefully. So it depends on the context. But in this case, obviously it's about thinking before acting, because the other person is about to do something stupid. Beautiful. Alright. Jeg kan se, rollerne er byttet om. Jeg kan se, rollerne er byttet om. I can see the roles have been switched or reversed. Yeah, this is a little bit strange out of context. But, just a typical situation where you have changed positions or roles. Like, oh, now I'm the boss and you're the whatever. Could be it. Could be anything. So at bytte, bytte is to switch or trade. It really depends on the context. Like if you had Pokemon cards as a kid, that would be at bytte, to exchange or trade. But bytte is like to change one for another. Så rollerne, the roles. Rollerne er byttet om. Yeah, interesting stuff. Then you have, jeg beder dig om at hjælpe mig. Jeg beder dig om at hjælpe mig. I'm asking you to help me, or I ask you to help me. So, when you are asking someone to do something or for a favor, then it's at bede, nogen, meaning someone, at bede nogen om, and then the thing, ikke? The act, or the action, or the thing you want from them. Jeg beder dig om. And it's important that you have the because if you don't say the if you just say beder dig, I mean beder dig is fine, and if you just want to say like I beg you or I'm asking you, then fine. But it could also be misunderstood depending how you use it, because at bede also means to pray. So jeg beder dig om, ikke? I'm asking you to do something. And the next one is sort of hammering that point home. Hun bad mig om en tjeneste. Hun bad mig om en tjeneste. She asked me for a favor. Now, so with this one, it's a noun. Right? This one up here, at hjælpe mig, right? To help me. That is a verb. Om en tjeneste, that's a noun. Right? Bad mig om en tjeneste. Yeah, it's very good. Bad is of course just the past tense, like, and it's irregular. That's why beder becomes bad. Not bad. Bad, that's shower. Danish pronunciation. Gotta love it. Jeg bryder mig ikke om maden. Jeg bryder mig ikke om maden. I don't like or I don't care for the food. So, when you came to Denmark, I'm sure you learned that you could say, jeg kan ikke lide. Jeg kan ikke lide det, jeg kan ikke lide maden, jeg kan ikke lide regn, jeg kan ikke lide whatever. You learned that. Fine. But if you want to be polite, and if you want to sound like you're not speaking directly from a textbook, then you're going to say this. Jeg bryder mig ikke om. It's like I don't care for it. It's not my cup of tea. It doesn't speak to me, doesn't appeal to me, whatever. Right? It's much, much politer. I remember when I was a kid, I would say, jeg kan ikke lide det, because, I was a kid. And then they would say, no, du skal sige, you have to say, jeg bryder mig ikke om. Right? It's more polite. So yeah, think about that. Alright. Then you have, vi lader som om vi ikke ved noget. Vi lader som om vi ikke ved noget. Altså, vi lader som om vi ikke ved noget. We're acting or pretending like we don't know anything. Now look at this. At lade som om. At lade som om. That is to pretend, or to act as if. That's what it means. So you have to get all of them. Lader som om. You cannot take one of them out. That's strange. Right? So vi lader som om. And yes, some of you may already know that lader is also let. Ikke like, jeg lader ham gøre det, og jeg lader ham gøre det. I'm letting him do it. Or I could say, lad os gøre det. Let's do it. So you have to look at the whole sentence, and you have to look at the words next to it to see the exact meaning. Hun lod som om alt var okay. Hun lod som om alt var okay. She acted like everything was okay. Or again, she pretended. So lod is just the past tense here. Hun lod som om alt var okay. Yeah. Very beautiful. Det er som om han ikke elsker mig mere. Det er som om han ikke elsker mig mere. It's like he doesn't love me anymore. Now, this is of course very sad, but if you look at it, it's kind of similar to what we had before. Det er som om, it is like, or it is as if. And so this is what you say when you don't know, but you're saying what it seems like, what it appears like. Det er som om, it's like, and sometimes people do that just to buy time. They don't know how to finish the sentence. Det er som om, han ikke elsker mig mere. Okay. Du er ligeglad, som om du ikke har noget at miste. Du er ligeglad, som om du ikke har noget at miste. You don't care, as if you have nothing to lose. Now this one is kind of long, but let's look at it. Du er ligeglad, you don't care. And it's pretty straightforward. Som om, as if, and there it is again. Du ikke har noget at miste. You have nothing to lose, or you don't have anything to lose. Yeah. And a little bit similar, but not quite all the way. Hun er ligeglad med, om vi kigger på hende. Hun er ligeglad med, om vi kigger på hende. She doesn't care if we look at her. So again, is like if, like if that happens, if we do that, she doesn't care. I could also say, like I could take out the and just say, hun er ligeglad med, vi kigger på en, or at vi kigger på en. So you have some options here. You don't have to say right? The reason why you can put the is so you emphasize the if or the whether. Like there's no certainty that you're looking at her. But if you do, she doesn't care. Alright, coolio. Der er noget om snakken. Der er noget om snakken. There's some truth to that, and you're like, what? That makes no sense. So, der er noget om snakken literally means there's something about the talk. Right? So, like something has been claimed, any kind of claim. And maybe they say that, yeah, you should all go to Cayman Islands and make a bank account. I'm not recommending you do that, but so like, der er noget om snakken is like there's some truth to a story, or there's some truth to a rumor, right? Or some claim that a person has made. Der er noget om snakken. And when you see this in a text, remember what I said here, so you're not thinking, snakken. Are they talking about something? Is it a conversation? It's like, nah, it's not quite that. It's that there is truth to the claim. Right? And the next one is similar. Det kan der være noget om. Det kan der være noget om. There might be some truth to that. And so the sentence is very different in Danish, but the translation is so similar in English. So det kan der være noget om. There could be something about that. And like maybe someone raised a point, and you're like, well, yeah, I mean, you might have a point, and there could be something there. It's very similar to der er noget om snakken, but a little bit different. It's not fully committed, because you say det kan der, like there could be, like there might be, but you're not all the way there. Yeah, I mean, both of these are holding a little bit back. Like they're not, yeah, det er rigtigt, like that's right. No, they're holding back a little bit. Yeah, I understand that these two are very hard, and one of the reasons why I do these is also so you know what they mean when you see them in a context. Because out of a context you're like, what is this? But then when you see them and you remember this, you're like, oh yeah, ding ding ding, light bulb moment, right? Kind of like that. Alright, this one could be tricky. Det er der om noget værd at huske på. Det er der om noget værd at huske på. That is, if anything, worth remembering or keeping in mind. And so that's one thing, and you're like, well, if anything is worth remembering, it's that, or that is it. Yeah, to like emphasize if there's anything, then that's the thing. Yeah, so you have the same in English, and I would assume that a lot of languages have some equivalent. And so noget is like, if any, if anything. Yeah. And this da, by the way, just a little side point, this da is like emphasizing, that is, or surely that is. Han ved om nogen, hvad det vil sige at være lykkelig. Han ved om nogen, hvad det vil sige at være lykkelig. He knows, if anyone, what it means to be happy. Right? So this is a mighty long one. Let's break it down a little bit. Han ved, he knows. That's pretty straightforward, ikke? Om nogen, if anyone. So that is similar to before. Before it was om noget, ikke? But this is om nogen because it's a person. Hvad det vil sige, what it means, at være lykkelig, to be happy. Right? So it's kind of easy when you break it up like this. Han ved om nogen, hvad det vil sige at være lykkelig. Yeah, awesome. Vi dansede rundt om juletræet. Vi dansede rundt om juletræet. We dance around a Christmas tree. Yep, you know we do that in Denmark. Right? So this is different because this is physical, like you're physically walking around an object. Rundt om. Rund means round. And rundt could also be round, so rundt om is around. Rundt om juletræet. Yeah. Alright? And then they say, lad os flyve rundt om jorden. I almost can't make myself say this, it's so silly. Lad os flyve rundt om jorden. So, lad os flyve rundt om jorden is of course, let's fly around the planet, or literally Earth. Right? Jorden, Earth, the Earth. Although jorden also means the ground or the soil. So you have to look at the context. Again, it's like an object, you're going around it, you're in orbit. Or maybe you're far away, but you're going around it. Yeah. Han vendte sig om. Han vendte sig om. He turned around. So vende is of course the past tense. It comes from vende or vender. So vende generally means to turn. But at vende sig om is to turn around. So you gotta have this sig. At vende sig om, to turn oneself around. And no, I don't mean turn your life around. I mean like your body. You rotate or something. Han vendte sig om. He turned around. Like that. Beautiful. Hun lagde armen om mig. Hun lagde armen om mig. She put her arm around me. And this one could easily be misunderstood. But what it means is like she put her arm around me. Like over her shoulder or something like that. Han forsvandt rundt om hjørnet. Han forsvandt rundt om hjørnet. He vanished or disappeared around the corner. So you have a corner, you can go around the corner. Just around the corner. So just imagine that in Danish. Rundt om, around. Han forsvandt rundt om hjørnet. Yeah. I want a day off. Yeah, so if you want to say that, here are the options. Jeg vil have en dag af. Jeg vil at have en dag fri. Jeg vil have en fridag. Jeg vil have fri dag. Jeg vil have en dag af. Jeg vil at have en dag fri. Jeg vil have en fridag. Jeg vil have fri dag. Which one is correct? Think about it. Yeah. Okay, so let's go and see the answer. Jeg vil have en fridag. This one. Jeg vil have en fridag. It's one word. It's not two words because that would be like a day that is free. Like you have liberty, but we don't say that. We don't say in free day. That's no. So the fourth one is wrong. And this first one is, well, that's just a direct translation from English. So you don't want to say that. In day A. No, we don't say that. And the second one is, some learners, they make this mistake because they say, jeg vil at, and like, oh, I want to, something like that. But that is wrong. You don't say, jeg vil at. You just say, jeg vil, and then the verb. The verb in this case is have or have. So, this is the one. Jeg vil have en fridag. Okay, moving on. This one. I love his movies. Yeah, okay, you love his movies. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filme. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filmer. Okay, let's take a second. Think about it. Which one could it be? Which one is it? I love his movies. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filme. Jeg elsker hans film. Jeg elsker hans filmer. That is the question. What to do? Okay, and the answer is, jeg elsker hans film. Because this is the same in singular and plural. Whether it's one or two or more movies, it's always film. Unless, of course, it's the definitive, then it's film, but that's different. So this is just movies in general. The second one, jeg elsker hans filme, no. And I hear this mistake a lot. I have students making this on a regular basis because they assume that you just put an E in the plural, but you don't, not in this case. In a lot of cases you do, but not here. So this is just film. Jeg elsker hans film. And that's it. The third one, jeg elsker hans film, is of course wrong because we're missing an R. This elske is the infinitive, but we don't want the infinitive, we want the present. Right? You gotta have the R. Jeg elsker. It's very important. Jeg elsker hans film. And the fourth one is wrong because filmer is not a noun, it's a verb. Right? Like jeg filmer, I'm filming, I'm recording a video. It's a different meaning. Yeah, so it is a word, it does exist, but it doesn't fit here. Okay? That is why this is the right answer. Okay. Næste. They're equally good. So, if they're equally good, what you got? De er lige gode. De er lige gode. De er lige så gode. De er lige så godt. I can imagine this will be a challenge to a lot of you. Let's think about it. De er lige gode. De er lige gode. De er lige så gode. De er lige så godt. Yeah, what to do? What to do? Ready for the answer? Let's see what it is. It is de er lige gode, the second one. And why is that? Well, let's see. The first one is wrong because god or god, that is singular, right? But this is obviously plural because de, they, so it has to be plural. Therefore it's de er lige gode. And the third one, de er lige så gode. It could be a sentence, but it doesn't fit here because lige så gode is like just as good, but then you would have to complete the sentence, right? Like lige så gode som før, as before. That is when you're comparing to something, so it doesn't work here. Right? It doesn't work in a sentence that's short. That is why number 3 is also wrong. And the last one is de er lige så godt. I mean, this is wrong because godt is for the singular it's. Right? Like it godt spørgsmål, a good question. But you cannot use godt in the plural. Right? You simply can't. However, you can use it as an adverb. Right? Like you could say, de danser lige godt. They dance equally good or equally well. Right? But that's different. That's an adverb. Here it's an adjective. Therefore, it is number 2. Right? De er lige gode. They're equally good. Move on. So this one. I'm home right now. Home right now. Jeg er hjemme lige nu. Jeg er hjem lige nu. Jeg er på hjemme lige nu. Jeg er i hjemme lige nu. Okay, let's take a look here. Jeg er hjemme lige nu. Jeg er hjem lige nu. Jeg er på hjemme lige nu. Jeg er i hjemme lige nu. Think about it. What to do? What is the answer? Jeg er hjemme lige nu. Right? Why? Well, here's why. Because the second one is hjem. But hjem is when you are going home. Right? So if I'm somewhere and I want to say, oh, I'm going home, then I would say, jeg går hjem. Right? Eller han er taget hjem. He went home. Because there is motion, there is movement. But when you're already home, then it's hjemme. Right? Because you're already there. And the third one, jeg er på hjemme lige nu. You don't say på hjemme. There is something called like på børnehjem, like on an orphanage, but that's completely different. Eh? You don't say på hjemme, and I see this mistake a lot. So please try to avoid it. Eh? So you don't say that either. Jeg er i hjemme. Yeah, you don't say that either. You don't need a preposition. You just say jeg er hjemme. Right? Because hjem is sort of like this, it's universal thing. It's not like Not like other things where you say, jeg er på arbejde, or, jeg er hos tandlægen, or, something like that. You don't need a preposition. So, just hjemme. Right? Jeg er hjemme lige nu. That's it. So, she needs love. Hun bruger kærlighed. Hun har brug til kærlighed. Hun har behøve til kærlighed. Hun har brug for kærlighed. Let's try again. Hun bruger kærlighed. Hun har brug til kærlighed. Hun har behøve til kærlighed. Hun har brug for kærlighed. What do we do in this scenario? Which one is correct? Let's see what the answer is. Hun har brug for kærlighed. That is the right one. Now the other ones, what we got here. The first one, hun bruger kærlighed. That is wrong because bruger on its own means use, or uses as a third person. So that would be like she's using love. That's a different sentence. Like maybe she's using love to manipulate someone or whatever it is. It could also be a good purpose. But that is different. So not the first one. Hun har brug til kærlighed. I see this a lot also because it's like har brug, but then you confuse it. You think it's til instead of for. Right? But it is for, har brug for. That's really all I can say about that one. So the second one, no, don't do that. Hun har behøve til kærlighed. The third one, behøve also means need, but that is a verb, so that would be behøver, and that should be an R. Behøver, and then you wouldn't say til, you just say behøver kærlighed. But behøver is more like about the action you do, right? Or the thing you need to do, not so much the thing you need to have. So there's a difference. Har brug for is usually about the thing you need. Could also be about an action, but then it's an action because you feel a need to do it, not because the situation. You know what I mean? Like you could say, jeg har brug for at høre det. I need to hear it. But you wouldn't say, jeg har brug for at vente. Like I need to wait if it's a physical requirement of the situation, if it's a necessity. You see, it's not the same. Right? So brug for, that is the key word here. Okay. Næste. What did you say? What did you say? Okay, we got. Hvad sagte du? Hvad sagde du? Hvad du sagde? Hvad sagde dig? Okay, this is a short one. Makes it a bit easier. Hvad sagte du? Hvad sagde du? Hvad du sagde? Hvad sagde dig? Yeah. How do we go about this? What to do in this case? Yeah. I mean, I think it's obvious, but of course it's from a teacher's perspective. I don't know how you feel. It's the answer is hvad sagde du? Right? The second one. Hvad sagde du? Because it's a question, but one at a time. Hvad sagte du? That's not a thing. Okay, sagte is sort of like an adjective adverb. It means like quietly or not so loud. So it doesn't make sense to use it as a verb. That's not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly at all. And the third one, hvad du sagde, would only work if it was a part of a sentence. Right? Because it would be a statement. Like, jeg ved ikke, hvad du sagde. I don't know what you said. But you can see that you need the verb before the subject, right? If you want to make it a question. And you do, because it is a question, obviously. So yeah, and the fourth one is hvad sagde dig? I mean, that's wrong, because dig is the object, right? Like, jeg kender dig, I know you, because I'm doing it, and you are sort of receiving it, or you are being passive, right? So it doesn't make sense in this case. It has to be du. Hvad sagde du? Or some Danish people might like to say, hvad sagde du? Hvad sagde du? Depending on the vibe and the situation. But yeah, that's how it is. Alright. Let's move on. Okay, this one. I'm sure this will be a challenge. He was about to jump. So, if he was about to jump, your options are: han var om at hoppe. Han skal til at hoppe. Han skulle til at hoppe. Han ville hoppe. Okay. Let's try again. Han var om at hoppe. Han skal til at hoppe. Han skulle til at hoppe. Han ville hoppe. Think. What's right? What's the right answer? Alright, let's see what it is. Let's see what the right answer is. Han skulle til at hoppe. Yes, and here's why. The first one, han var om at hoppe. You might think that this is the answer because you think, oh well, in English was about var om, because often means about. But that is not the case here. It doesn't work here. So it's not the first one. Han skal til at hoppe. That could work in the present tense. Right? Skal is, well in this case, is about to jump. But it's wrong because he was about to jump. So it has to match. The tense has to be the same. It's not the second one either. And the fourth one is, well, you could say it, but again, in a different context. Han ville hoppe means he wanted to jump. But it's not about him wanting to, it's just about what he was about to do. Therefore you say, han skulle til at hoppe, implying that he was interrupted before he did it. Then his phone rang, or he saw a cookie on the ground, or whatever. So yeah, beautiful. And we move on. Now she's sleeping. Okay, what are our options? Nå hun sover. Nu hun sover. Nå hun sover. Nu sover hun. Nå hun sover. Nu hun sover. Nå hun sover. Nu sover hun. To be honest, some of these, they drive me crazy to say because they're so incorrect. But anyway. What's the right one? Yeah. I mean, it's kind of basic. So, let's see. I think most of you can guess this one. Nu sover hun. Nu sover hun. Because the first one, nu hun sover, wrong. You need inversion, right? Nu is an adverb, right? Something to do with time or place, location, or prepositions. You got this inversion going on. So that's wrong. It is nu sover hun. The second one, nu hun sover. And some of you, especially if your native language is English, you might be tempted to say this because you're like, oh yeah, she is sleeping. Yeah, but we don't say that in Danish. And this is not like English or Spanish or any other languages where you say like am doing or is doing or something. No. Just use the regular present tense. There is something for the present continuous, but it's not nearly as important as in English. For a lot of the time, you can just use the present tense. So it's the same thing about the third one, and that's even, more wrong, you could say, because it's nu hun, so it also lacks inversion. So remember inversion, and remember we don't say and then a verb in Danish. That is English, that is not Danish. Very nice. The næste, we got, so I admit this is just a fragment of a sentence, but that's because I don't want it to take up too much place on the screen, so I keep it short. But it's still valuable, you can still learn from it. So you got this one. In my opinion, whatever your opinion is. And maybe you could say, i min mening, med min mening, inde i min mening, efter min mening. I min mening, med min mening, inde i min mening, efter min mening. Okay, what do we do? In my opinion, so it doesn't matter what follows. You don't need to worry about that. It's just like, if you have an opinion, you want to start this way, which one is correct? I'll tell you, it is efter min mening, and some of you guessed it. I min mening, yeah, it's tempting because, oh yeah, in is e. But no, it is not that. Right? It's just not the right preposition here. Med min mening, that could work with something else, right? But not here. It's not what you're gonna put in this case. Inde i min mening, I've never heard such a thing before. Inde i means inside, like inside of something. Inde i mit hus, inside my house, or inside your mouth, or whatever. So it's not gonna work here. Efter min mening is right. It's sort of like by my opinion, and like by, like in accordance with my opinion. That's the way you wanna look at it. Yeah. So if you guessed that, awesome. Okay, moving on. I'm thinking about a goat. This is so useful. I guess I'm watching too much How I Met Your Mother. But anyway, so if you're thinking about a goat. Jeg tænker på en ged. Jeg tænker om en ged. Jeg tænker over en ged. Han tænker i en ged. One of these is pretty obvious, but anyway. Jeg tænker på en ged. Jeg tænker om en ged. Jeg tænker over en ged. Han tænker i en ged. Let's look at it. Let's see what it is. Jeg tænker på en ged. So, the second one, jeg tænker om en ged. We don't say that. Right? That would be like, det jeg tænker om geden er. Like, what I'm thinking about the goat is, you're talking about what you're thinking about it, but not just that you're thinking about it. You see the difference? Like, what are the thoughts you're having about it? Yeah, det jeg tænker om situationen er, what I'm thinking about the situation is. So it's different. På is the one when you want to say, oh, this is on my mind. This is, like they say, oh, don't think about a pink elephant, and then you think about that, right? Like the thing that's having your attention right now. Tænke på. Tænke over. No. Tænke over is more like thinking about, like considering or contemplating, and you're thinking it over. Det vil jeg tænke over. I'll think about that. But here, it's nothing about decisions or pondering. It's just a goat, right? So, And the last one, maybe I made this one too easy, because of course, it's not han is he. And also, it is not I, right? You don't say tænker I. Well, you could probably find some obscure example, but it would have a different meaning. Jeg tænker på en ged. Don't we all? Næste. Yeah. This is going to be tricky for you. I know it will. You're wrong or mistaken. Like you're talking to someone and they are wrong, like factually wrong. What they're saying is incorrect. So, what we got? Du er forkert. Du tager fejl. Du er galt. Du er fejl. Du er forkert. Du tager fejl. Du er galt. Du er fejl. Yeah, this one is quite interesting. What do we do? What do we do? Yeah. Let's see what the answer is. Du tager fejl. The second one, du tager fejl, or tager, if you want to say it very slowly. Du er forkert. That is tempting because forkert does mean wrong. Like I could say, det er et forkert svar, it's a wrong answer. But you don't say it about a person. Well, you could kind of get away with it grammatically, but then it sounds like they are wrong, like as a human being. Like they're not supposed to be that way. So that is very, very different. You want to avoid saying that. And du er galt is, we don't say that. Like, galt means wrong, like there's a problem. Like hvad er galt? What's wrong? Eller det gik galt. It went wrong. So it is different. And du er fejl is no, because fejl means mistake or mistakes is the same. So you can't say that. Or you could say du er en fejl, you are a mistake. Maybe it's a failed clone in a movie, I don't know, but so you don't say that. No, it's du tager fejl, because it's like you take the mistake. And even though it sounds weird, you are addressing or taking the situation the wrong way. That is why we say du tager fejl. And you would also say it in the past tense. Like if you later found out that you were wrong, you would say jeg tog fejl. And tog, I took. T-O-G, jeg tog fejl. So yeah, this is a tough one for a lot of learners, but do try to remember it. Yeah. So today is a little bit different. I'm not really gonna give you vocabulary or phrases or funny story. Today is more just me talking about the Danish language and the process of learning. When we're talking about grammar, there are some other approaches that come to mind, because you can look at a sentence and you can analyze it grammatically, or you can just memorize it. Like a lot of you're watching these basic videos, 150 basic phrases or phrases about animals or music or whatever. Like, you like that, and I know you like it because I can see it on the view count, and I know that YouTube is recommending that, right? So like it's very popular to be learning phrases because it's sort of easy, well, quote unquote easy, because learning phrases is fine, but you don't really learn the structure a lot of the time if you're just copying. Like it's good to know the grammar, because when you see the grammar, you're like, oh, okay, there's a reason why the sentence is this way. It's not just some coincidence or accident. Like there's a rhythm here. And you need that rhythm when you are learning. If you're just like a tourist, or if you just came to Denmark, want to check it out, don't worry about it. Like grammar, maybe not the most important thing in the beginning, but at some point you want to learn at least some. And some of you might be scared. What is that term, gramophobe? Like some people, they're just like, oh no, hell no, I'm not doing that. I get that. When I was like a teenager, I hated that. Like English grammar or German grammar, and later on Japanese grammar. I'm just like, no, I don't want to learn it. But it is pretty good, and so learning grammar can help you. It's not the only tool, it's not the only aspect, but it can help you. I would say that if you're relying on memorizing phrases, you can get to a decent level, like at least some basic level. You can say some stuff, have some little conversation, but you won't really be able to make your own sentences, because everything is like, well, what have I memorized, instead of making your own sentences. Right? So it's kind of like that. Now, of course, you can combine it. Right? Some teachers, they will say that you have to do this, I have to do that. I think it's either or, but I'm more like it's both and. You can do both. You can sort of alternate and switch between them. Grammar is cool. Well, it can be a pain in the ass, but it's also cool, because it gives you an overview of the language. That's the thing. It's like a sentence structure. You get an idea of the word order, how the words are structured in a sentence. Because if you don't have that, if you don't have any understanding, then it might become something very messy, like it's just sort of random where you put the words, and that can be very tricky. It can be tricky for a learner to find out and to guess, and it can also be tricky for a native Danish speaker to understand you, because they're just like, what are you trying to say? Right? So that's why you gotta know the sentence structure. And it takes some time, It's something about looking at sentences and repeating them and making your own. So sort of having a lot of phrases and sentences in your memory that helps to see the structure. And then when you're also studying grammar, like the rules in a more dry way, academic, what do you want to call it, like you're in school and they're explaining the theory to you, then that can help you to put it into context. Because that's basically what grammar does. Like, grammar helps you make sense of the language. If you don't have the grammar, you're sort of like, well, everything is connected, but I don't know how, and I don't know why. Right? So grammar is like the glue, sort of holds the language together, or the words together. Or you can just talk like a drunk person and not care, but no, let's be serious, you want to know some of it. Then, of course, there's the whole thing of, I could just memorize something and I don't have to learn the rules. And yeah, you can do that. That's what I did with English when I was a teenager, and it was fine because I had many years to do that. So I was like watching The Simpsons or whatever, and I just sort of passively absorbed all of that, and that was fine because I was in no rush. But if you're in Denmark, I'm gonna assume that you're already in your early, mid, or late 20s, or maybe even older, so you don't have like 10 years where you can just, learn a little bit every day and absorb it that way. You want to speed it up a little bit, because memorizing takes time. For most people, now some of you're just straight up gangsters, like you're so good at that. And I think I've had some students that are like, yep, I remembered, I memorized it, I'm that good, right? Well, they don't say the latter part, they're humble, but yeah. So, there are people who are good at it. Like, if your brain is wired that way, then sure, go ahead. But for most people, that doesn't really work. So grammar is the shortcut that you use to make sense of the language. Alright. That is sort of the headline here. It's the third time I'm saying it. Grammar is a shortcut. It helps you to make sense of the language. Right? So you have like a verb conjugation, for example. Now, if you just have a random verb in Danish, it doesn't matter which one it is, then it's good to know how to conjugate. Okay, so is this the present tense or the past tense? Is this the infinitive? Is the imperative? If you know that, then you can structure sentences more correctly, right? Because if you don't know it, then maybe you just end up speaking in present tense the whole time, or infinitive the whole time, or something else, like everything becomes very scattered and unfocused. So it's very good to know how it works, right? Like, we have different categories of verbs. We have a lot that end with ede in the past, like dansede, hentede, lavede. And then we have some that end with te, like spiste or kørte. And then we have the irregular ones, like gik, så, gjorde. And that's just annoying. But nonetheless, it really helps because you can copy it, right? When you don't know the rules for conjugating verbs, you sort of have to do from scratch every time, or you just have to guess. And sometimes you'll be right, but a lot of the time, you'll be wrong. So why not make it easier for yourself, right? And I made some videos about that. More than one. Being aware of all this verb conjugation, it really, really helps you. Because then you have a clue, then you have something to go by. Something else that's very useful is word classes. Now, word classes is, as you probably know, whether it's a noun or a verb or an adverb or an adjective, preposition, and so on, right? And the reason why this is important is you don't want to be saying the wrong word class. Like elske is to love, but kærlighed is love as a concept. Or oplevelse is experience and experience, but at opleve is to experience. So you have to be aware of what word class you're dealing with. Otherwise, might be some pretty strange sentences, right? So it really helps you when you're aware of the word classes. Again, it's a shortcut. It doesn't mean it's a magic pill, I don't believe in that. But it does make it a little bit easier when you know what word class you're dealing with. Sometimes with my students, I ask them do you know what an adverb is, or how to tell if it's a verb or something else? And some of them do and some of them don't. And I'm like, well, okay, that's okay, because in your own language you never had to learn it, and like it was just automatic. You're a kid or a baby, and you just kind of picked up the language, and that was it. But now you're learning Danish, right? You are learning as an adult, so you want to use your intellect, for lack of a better term, to guide yourself, right? And it can really speed up the process. It's still going to take time, but you can make it happen faster by knowing the different word classes. You don't have to love the grammar or the idea of word classes, but just be aware. Alright? Gender. Now, it's not masculine and feminine in Danish, but it's en og et. Right? So basically, for grammatical purposes, let's just say that's gender. That also helps. If you know it's et hus, a house, but it's en mand, a man, then you know it's huset or huset, and not husen. Right? And it's manden, not mandet. Something very basic like that. It also informs the adjective. Right? En sjov film, a funny movie, not in short, because it would be it short. Now, you know this already because I talked about it in adjectives. Like there's 2 videos about that at least. But it's something you want to keep in mind. And when you know the gender, you can sort of save time. You don't have to go back like all the time like, oh, what is it? It can really make it a lot easier for yourself. So that's awesome knowing that. And also just something like, now that we're talking about nouns, if it's the singular or the plural, right? Like it's en cat, and it's katte, but other nouns have er in the plural, so that's that's a bit annoying. But being aware of how you end it in the plural versus the singular, right? When there's one or when there's more, it can also really help, so you don't accidentally put an S, like in English or Spanish, and like classes or something, because we don't do that, and we have our own rules. Now, we're starting with something without inversion. Jeg tager skoene af, når jeg kommer hjem. Jeg tager skoene af, når jeg kommer hjem. Okay, it's a very basic sentence. I take off my shoes when I get home. And you see that I have når in the middle here. This når is when. It's a conjunction. And when we have the conjunction in the middle, there is no inversion. Right? So it's like that. Conjunction is basically something you use to bind or to connect sentences. Let's look at something more. Hun spiser, fordi hun er sulten. Hun spiser, fordi hun er sulten. And you all know what this means. Hun spiser, fordi hun er sulten. She's eating because she's hungry. So we have fordi in the middle. Fordi, because. So there is no inversion here. There's no inversion. That is the first thing you need to remember. Now, conjunctions, like I said, are words that you have to connect sentences or clauses. Now, some common ones, there are many more, but some common ones are fordi, because, når, when, present tense, da, when, past tense, selvom, even though, hvis, if, før, before, efter, after. Right? There are many more, but these are some very common ones. Yeah, and you can see that all of these are sort of connecting things. Yeah. Alright. So, there is no inversion in the sentence when the conjunction appears in the middle of the sentence. Then there's no inversion. It's important. And like it says here, if the first clause starts with an adverb, then yeah, it can, but we'll get to that later. You'll see it. Alright, cool. So, this is different. Når han har tid, så gør han det. Når han har tid, så gør han det. Yeah. When he has time, then, it's optional, he does it. Right? What is the thing here? Why is it different? Når han har tid, så gør han det. Well, let's think about it. Basically, what we have here is that når is a conjunction, right? So when we start with a conjunction, then there's inversion in the second part. That is the rule, right? Når han har tid. Når han har tid, gør han det. Og så gør han det. The så is optional. Når han har tid, så gør han det. Yeah, that's how it is. Or this one. Fordi jeg er træt, går jeg i seng. Fordi jeg er træt, går jeg i seng. Because I'm tired, I'm going to bed. It's the same thing. And we have this fordi, and fordi is a conjunction. So you gotta have inversion in the second part. You can kind of divide it into two. And like one part is because I'm tired. The other part is I'm going to bed. Right? Like the feeling and the action. Or the first one with the time. Når han har tid, when he has time, that's something he has, så gør han det. Then he does it. Like there's a conditional sort of, like whenever he has time, then he does it. You see, it's like two different things. Yeah. And that's where the inversion happens. Fordi jeg er træt, går jeg i seng. It's actually pretty straightforward. It's something that you might forget when you're practicing, but at least get the rule. Alright, cool. Yeah, as you see here, I highlight and I have the conjunctions in blue. Yeah. Når, when, fordi, because. Gør, does, går, going. Alright? So I help you kind of distinguish the word classes. Sort of adverbs, conjunctions, and verbs over here. Right? Very nice. Moving on. So, when the sentence starts with a conjunction, inversion happens in the second part, after the comma. Now, of course, in real life, there's no comma. You're not going to hear that. But you can sort of hear when the sentence splits. Right? You can hear like there's the first part and the second part. It's almost like there's a setup and a payoff or a finish, a conclusion. So that's one way you can look at it. Yeah, very nice. Alright. There's another way to understand it. If the first part of the sentence seems like it, doesn't make sense on its own, or, it's missing a completion or conclusion, then inversion occurs in the second part. So like if I say something like, fordi jeg er træt, because I'm tired, then you're going to expect me to finish that. No one will just say, fordi jeg er træt, because I'm tired, right? Unless there's already a context. But assuming there's not, fordi jeg er træt, it's like, yeah, then what? Right? Like, where does that take us? What does that lead to? Right? We are missing the conclusion. Yeah. So when we are missing the conclusion, that means there's inversion. Fordi jeg er træt. Could also be with any of the other conjunctions. Something like når jeg er glad, when I'm happy, then you're like, yeah, then what? Then what do you do? Or then what happens? Right? It's not complete. So there's inversion in the second part. Alright, cool. Let's do some more examples of inversion. Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. When I was young, I loved horror movies. Alright, that's cool. Alright. So again, da, like when, when. Elskede, loved. Right? Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. And of course, the reason why this is all difficult is because it's the opposite of English. In English, you would just say, I loved horror movies. But if you say that in Danish, like, da jeg var ung, jeg elskede gyserfilm, that sounds pretty bad. Right? That's a big mistake. I mean, it's okay to make mistakes, but it's like very typical mistake. So, next one. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. Even though she's mad, I'm still helping her. Right? So, again, you'll see this with colors and everything. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. This selvom, even though, or although can also mean that, is a conjunction. Right? And therefore you gotta have inversion over here. Hjælper jeg hende stadig. If you take a second, if you really look at these, you can see that there's like missing something. Da jeg var ung, ikke? If I said that on its own, it makes no sense. Ikke? Da jeg var ung, when I was young. Then what? Then what? No completion. Right? Selvom hun er sur, even though she's mad, again, you want the conclusion. So that is something you can go by. That is something like a rule of thumb. It's like a practical rule. It's not really what you see in a grammar book. But some of you are not so much into grammar terms, so I'm going with this one. Right? It's a very useful way to think about it. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, in essence, sentences that feel incomplete when the first part ends require inversion. But sentences where the first part makes sense on its own don't have inversion. Right? It's really that simple when we're talking about conjunctions. Yeah. And some of you might be thinking like, oh, okay, but maybe I can choose to do inversion, like it's optional. It's like, no, you can't. There's either inversion or there's not. Like, it's not an option. It's not a choice you have. So yeah, that's basically how it is. All right, cool. Now let's move on. You have this contrast, because yeah, if you start with a conjunction, then you have inversion, like fordi jeg er glad. Fordi jeg er glad, synger jeg. But if you have the conjunction in the middle of the sentence, there is no inversion. So you can say it both ways, right? You can say it both ways. It's just the focus that's different, the emphasis, right? Fordi jeg er glad, you sort of have the stress on the because I'm happy, right? The happy part, the reason that you're happy. Or jeg synger fordi I'm singing. The second one, the singing, is in the focus. So yeah, you can do both, but don't mix them, right? That's also very important. Like, don't get them mixed up. Keep them separate. Yeah. Alright, cool. Then this is the most common mistake. I hear it all the time. All the time. So you want to avoid this. Fordi jeg er glad, jeg synger. Right? Fordi jeg er glad, jeg synger. Do not say that. Right? When you have inversion, like when you have something with a conjunction first, like fordi, når, selvom, før, whatever, right? These that create inversion. Please don't start the second sentence like this with the subject, like jeg or du or han, like the person doing it. That is wrong. We don't do that. Right? The right answer is, of course, fordi jeg er glad, synger jeg. Right? Not jeg synger. Also, if you say jeg synger, it's almost like you're starting a whole new sentence. It's like, fordi jeg er glad, jeg synger. Right? It's like they're not even connected. So it's pretty important to get this right. Yeah. Alright, cool. I think you guys are getting it. That's beautiful. Now, you might be wondering why even use inversion in the first place. Like, it's so difficult. There's so much room for mistake. But here's the thing. When you put, we'll get to that in a second. When you put conjunction at the beginning of a sentence, that's where the stress is. So it's all about where you put the stress, the focus. And you have this in your own language too, I'm sure. Like, you can put conjunction in the middle or the beginning or sometimes in the end, although that's usually kind of whack, right? So yeah, it's really about that, and you can't just like cheat your way around and just completely avoid inversion. That's going to sound very unnatural, so I don't recommend you doing that. But again, let's just contrast it here. You have like fordi jeg er glad, right? Because I'm happy. Then there's inversion, because we start with this. Yeah. But jeg synger, there's no inversion. You can also look at it like, fordi jeg er glad feels incomplete on its own. Ikke? Fordi jeg er glad, you're like, yeah, then what? But jeg synger is like, okay, it's an independent sentence. Ikke? It just means I'm singing or I sing. So there's no inversion after that. Right? It's really as simple as that. Yeah. So now you know how basic verb inversion works when there's a conjunction. However, there's one more common mistake that you gotta avoid, and I've seen this many times with students over the years. It's sort of when you hear about it, you hear about inversion, eh? Like these are correct sentences. You saw them before. You hear about inversion, you're like, oh, okay, so I'll just put it somewhere. I'll just do inversion somewhere. And then some of you might end up saying, da var jeg ung, eh? Da var jeg ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. Or even worse, da var jeg ung, jeg elskede gyserfilm. I mean, it sounds so ugly to me. I'm sorry to say, guys, but it really does. So, da var jeg ung, that's why there's this red mark here. You can't say that. Or, selvom er hun sur. No. The inversion happens in the second part, which is why this is the right answer. Da jeg var ung, elskede jeg gyserfilm. Selvom hun er sur, hjælper jeg hende stadig. That's how it is. That is how you do inversion. Inversion happens in the second part, not in the first. Alright? Very important. So you can't just like put it in there in random places hoping that it'll be right. There's a rule. It's not that random. Alright, cool. Let us move on. We have a few more examples. Right? And you already get the point, but I really want to hammer this home. I want to make sure that all of you get it. Because you can save so much time by just getting it now, so you don't have to spend years making these mistakes. So, hvis du ved noget, skal du fortælle mig det. Hvis du ved noget, skal du fortælle mig det. If you know something, you should tell me. Right? And actually we have more verbs, but the focus verb here is skal. Right? Skal, should. Hvis means if, of course. Hvis du ved noget, if you know something, skal du fortælle mig det. You should tell me, or you have to tell me. Same. Right? Yeah. Exactly. Very nice. And second one. Fordi jeg er høflig, smiler jeg til ham. Fordi jeg er høflig, smiler jeg til ham. Because I'm polite, I'm smiling at him. Or I smile at him. Right? Look at that. Fordi is because, smiler, smiling, and there's inversion. Right? That's what it is. Easier than you think. Really not that hard. Alright. So that is like verb inversion with conjunctions. And I'm going to repeat myself here because you really want to memorize and reinforce this rule by simply paying attention to inversion when it occurs in the Danish text that you read on a daily basis. And so you'll have like Danish videos and conversations, news, books. I mean, really, whatever it is you're reading or hearing, just pay attention. Eh? And when you see words like hvis or fordi or når or før or efter or selvom, like all these conjunctions, when you see them, look at the sentence. Look at, is there inversion or is there not inversion? That is how you learn. You learn so much from just reading. Yeah, I can explain stuff to you. That's a part of the equation. But the other part is practice through exposure. Right? So do that. Pay attention to what you're reading. Wonderful. So now we're going to look at verb inversion that happens with adverbs and prepositions. Now this might look harder, but it's not really that hard. So what you see is I dag regner det. I dag regner det. Today it's raining. Or her ser vi et bjerg. Her ser vi et bjerg. Here we see a mountain. Right? It's pretty straightforward. I dag regner det. Today it's raining. And her ser vi et bjerg. Here we see a mountain. Basically, the logic is that when something has to do with time or place, there's inversion, or if it's a preposition. So I dag, that is a thing of time. Today or tomorrow or later or last week. It's all about time. So I dag regner det. You don't want to say, i dag det regner. That is wrong. Right? I dag regner det. That is how you say it. Or, her ser vi et bjerg. Here we see a mountain. Because here is like a location. Like it's a place. Here, there, like here, there, over there, under there, like on the side. All that creates inversion. Right? When we start with that. Så her ser vi et bjerg. Yeah, it's kind of easy, isn't it? I dag regner det. Her ser vi et bjerg. We have some more examples. På bordet ligger en kat. På bordet ligger en kat. On the table, a cat is lying, or lies a cat. But that's up to your English skills, how you want to translate that. Right? På bordet, because it's on the table. Like it's a preposition, it's like a relation. På bordet ligger en kat. Right? That's how it is. Or, dengang vidste jeg det ikke. Dengang vidste jeg det ikke. Back then, I didn't know it. Right? Because you have dengang, and dengang is back then. Dengang vidste jeg det ikke. I didn't know. Yeah. Has something to do with time and place. Time and place and prepositions. That's really what it's all about. You want to focus on that. And I think it's starting to make sense. Right? I lang tid var det sådan. I lang tid var det sådan. For a long time, it was like that. I lang tid var det sådan. You want to avoid saying something like, I lang tid det var sådan. Right? Doesn't sound good. This creates inversion. Med hans hjælp skal det nok lykkes. Med hans hjælp skal det nok lykkes. With his help, it'll succeed or work out. Right? Yeah, that's good. Skal det nok. Yeah. It's so easy, guys. It's so easy. So, prepositions in general. I mean, there are many. Of course, there are many. But here's just a few. I, in, på, on, at, for, to, til, to, tell, about, around, of, ved, by, at, over, under, under. Now these are just some, and these translations are like approximate because, as you know, prepositions can be used in different ways, like different meanings, but this is just to give you a rough idea, right? So these are some prepositions. Yeah. Or something about time, right? You have something like i dag, today, i går, yesterday, i forgårs, the day before yesterday, i morgen, tomorrow, i aften, tonight, nogle gange, sometimes, en gang imellem, once in a while, tit, often, aldrig, never, right? And all these create inversion. Yeah, they do. It's beautiful. However, it also goes for other adverbs. You know, I like to say that these adverbs, they spice up the sentence. Right? Often they would end with like ly, like ly in English. Like they give some flavor or some emotion to the sentence. Selvfølgelig, of course, heldigvis, luckily, uheldigvis, unfortunately, desværre, sadly, måske, maybe, egentlig, really, actually, faktisk, actually, desuden, besides, pludselig, suddenly. Right? When we start with these, we get inversion. Right? Now, sometimes, as a little side note, people might say one of these on its own, and then say a sentence, so there's no inversion. Like I could say, selvfølgelig, det er rigtigt, of course, that's right. But then it's because the selvfølgelig is not connected to what follows. Right? So that's something to watch out for. Alright, so let's have some more examples. Nogle gange bøvser jeg. Nogle gange bøvser jeg. Sometimes I burp. Right? Nogle gange is sometimes. Bøvser jeg. I burp. En gang imellem sker det. En gang imellem sker det. Once in a while it happens. Right? 'Cause it's a matter of time. En gang imellem, once in a while, sker det. It happens. Ja. I aften skal vi i biografen. I aften skal vi i biografen. Tonight we're going to the movies or the cinema. Nej. I aften. Tonight. Yeah. So cool. So cool. And a few more examples. Faktisk står han lige der. Faktisk står han lige der. Actually, he is standing right there. Right? Because you have the faktisk as the actually, and står is standing. And yeah, I mean, you know this by now. Eh? It's actually pretty easy when you think about it. Or the next one. Måske er det en god idé. Måske er det en god idé. Maybe it's a good idea. Right? It's pretty straightforward. Er is a verb. Right? Måske er maybe it. Or if I want to separate in English, I would say it is. Right? But you get the point. Måske er det en god idé. Maybe it is a good idea. It is. Alright. Sådan. Or heldigvis har jeg fri i dag. Heldigvis har jeg fri i dag. Luckily I'm off today, as in no work or no school. Right? Heldigvis. Luckily. Now, when it comes to all these, adverbs, and basically prepositions and the category of adverbs, it's, how do you know when it's that? Well, is it a noun? Is it a verb? Is it an adjective? If it's not one of those, then it's probably an adverb. Right? It could also be a name, but like generally speaking, and that is kind of how you can identify it. Prepositions and adverbs are words that have to do with the physical relations, like under, over, in front of, next to, something to do with time, sooner, later, always, never, often, etc. All that kind of stuff. Locations, here, there, up and down, right? All that. Those are prepositions and adverbs. And then there are the more spicy ones, or the ones with flavor, like actually, maybe, unluckily, suddenly, all those. And besides, without, all those. So maybe what a lot of you need to do is to think about it in your own language, like, hey, what is an adverb? What is a preposition? Right? Because once you know that, this is a lot easier. Yeah. All right. So what you need to remember is that when the sentence starts with a preposition or an adverb, that's not a conjunction. Important to say, these are not conjunctions. Inversion follows. Right? All these things we just saw, there's inversion afterwards. And of course there are many, many adverbs and prepositions. I just put a small part of them here, right? To basically fit it on the screen. But there are many. And you gotta learn all of them bit by bit. Now again, I gotta address this because some of you might be thinking, well, I just avoid inversion. I'll just put the preposition or the adverb or the conjunction in the middle. Right? Problem solved. but the problem with that is that sometimes you want to have the preposition at the beginning. That's what makes more sense because that's where the stress is. That's usually how it is. So you can't just entirely avoid inversion because you don't want to make mistakes. Then you just end up speaking very weird Danish, right? Like another kind of weird Danish. So you just gotta learn it. All right, cool. Now, of course, there are two ways of saying the same thing. Right? It's where the stress is. You could say, I dag har jeg travlt, or jeg har travlt i dag. So one is, today I'm busy, another one is also, today I'm busy. It's just, where's the stress, and where's the focus, the emphasis, if you will. I dag har jeg, that's focused on today. And the second one, jeg har travlt, is focused on I'm busy, rather than the day. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Or the next one, måske er det det rigtige at gøre. Måske er det det rigtige at gøre. Det er måske det rigtige at gøre. Det er måske det rigtige at gøre. Right? It's just a matter of the focus. Maybe it's the right thing to do, is the meaning. Yeah. So you can do both. It just changes the focus of the sentence. Yeah. Beautiful. Some more examples of that. Desværre har jeg ikke tid. Desværre har jeg ikke tid. Jeg har desværre ikke tid. Jeg har desværre ikke tid. Sadly, I don't have time. It's the exact same thing. Right? It's a choice, but it changes how the sentence sounds. That is how it is. Right? It's not just random. There's a reason for it. The next one. I morgen skal jeg til fest. I morgen skal jeg til fest. Or, jeg skal til fest i morgen. Jeg skal til fest i morgen. I'm going to a party tomorrow. Right? Easy peasy. So, again, it's about where you want to put the focus. Right? And then, how do you know when to start with the preposition or the adverb or the conjunction? Well, again, it is a lot about the focus, but it's also practice. Right? It's about being exposed to natural conversation, like native speakers, talking to them, listening to them, watching TV, podcasts, radio shows, whatever. That is a lot of practice. Right? So you sort of get an idea, some intuitive feeling for how it works. And that's not a magical pill, maybe not what you want to hear, but it works. Right? It really does work. So yeah. Now there's just one more final point about this whole verb inversion. But it's actually kind of easy. It's object-verb inversion. Right? Now, what is an object? An object is, we can see it here in red, an object is the sort of passive thing. Right? The passive thing in a sentence, where the active one is the subject. And so if I eat bread, then jeg spiser brød. And that is, of course, we have it down here. Right? Vi spiser brød. And that would be we eat bread. But here there's inversion because we start with the object. And when we start with the object, we have verb inversion as well. Right? The idea here is something like we have the stress on that. So we don't say tid vi har masser af. Right? Well, you could, but that would be more like time that we have a lot of, and then something following. Right? But it doesn't have a continuation, it just ends. So, tid har vi masser af. Time, we have plenty of that. Right? Tid har vi masser af. Time, we have plenty of. We have plenty of time. Det ved jeg ikke. That I don't know, or I don't know that. Brødet spiser vi. Brødet spiser vi. The bread we eat the bread. Right? You see? So we are putting the stress on the object. Tid har vi masser af. Right? It's like time we have a lot of, but there's something else we don't have. Right? It's like that. It's the thing we're having that we have to focus on here. Tid har vi nok af, men ikke energi, but not energy. Det ved jeg ikke, that I don't know. Men det her ved jeg, but this I know. Right? So it could be a contrast. Brødet spiser vi, the bread we eat. Yeah, could be one. Brødet spiser vi, vandet drikker vi, the water we drink. Right? So you have like the object and the verb you're doing, the action you're doing with it or to it. Make sense? Might be a little bit hard for some of you, but it's good to know. It's not the most important. Verb inversion with prepositions is more important, but this is still important. Yeah. Alright, cool. Some more examples of that. Bogen fandt jeg under bordet. Bogen fandt jeg under bordet. The book I found under the table. I found the book under the table. Like, again, the book you found under the table, maybe the glass you found on the table or on the roof or on the wherever, on the counter. So, bogen fandt jeg. Og sæbe bruger jeg ikke så tit. Sæbe bruger jeg ikke så tit. Soap, I don't use that often. I don't use soap that often. Right? Maybe he doesn't use soap. Maybe he uses shampoo. Or he doesn't use anything. You see what I mean? That's where the focus is. The focus is on the soap. So it's not on him. And it's not on the frequency. It's on the soap. Ideen fik jeg for et par dage siden. Ideen fik jeg for et par dage siden. The idea I got a couple of days ago. Or I got the idea a couple of days ago. Now this could be contrasted with something like, ideen fik jeg for et par dage siden. Men jeg fortalte den først i sidste uge. Eller, men jeg fortalte den først i dag. But I only just told it today. Right? So it could make a contrast between the time he got the idea and the time he told the idea. Right? Or ideen, let's say it's an idea for a thing, but then there's the execution of the thing. Right? Or someone is publishing the thing. Yeah. Alright, cool. So, in essence, when you have the object first, verb inversion occurs. So in these sentences, the emphasis is on the object, not the subject, right? And the subject is the doer, right? The doer is the active party, the one acting. I know it sounds kind of technical, but it's really not. And if you can get past the grammar terms, then that'll help you a lot. If you can just be cool with that, right? Because it's kind of beautiful, and it makes it easier. You can of course say it in two ways. You can say something like, tid har vi masser af. Stress on the object. Or, vi har masser af tid. Stress is more on the subject or the verb. So, they both mean we have a lot of time, but the focus is different. Right? Wonderful. Now, the main thing is knowing when verb inversion occurs and when it doesn't. So, we've had a whole lot of explanations and examples in this little video. But let's have an actual context so you can see inversion happening in real time. Right? A little bit of a context here. I wish it could be longer, but there's got to be room for translation. So, det er tidlig morgen, jeg er lidt træt i dag. I går var jeg ikke, men i dag er jeg. Måske er det fordi jeg ikke sover nok. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok, er jeg træt næste dag. Right? Now that was kind of fast. Let's break it down. Det er tidlig morgen, jeg er lidt træt i dag. Right? That's pretty straightforward. There's no inversion. Right? Just, det er tidlig morgen, it's early morning, jeg er lidt træt i dag. I'm early today. Right? You have i dag at the end here. And when it's at the end, there can't be inversion. Right? That's just impossible. So, there's nothing to say there really. Jeg er lidt træt i dag, I'm a little tired today. Right? But the second one, now that's more interesting. I går var jeg ikke. Yesterday I wasn't. Right? That's inversion, because i går is time. Right? I går has something to do with time. And then there's inversion. It's that simple. Men i dag er jeg, but today I am. And there's inversion again. I dag er jeg, because i dag is also about time. Or this one. Måske er det fordi. Måske er det fordi. Maybe it's because. And there's inversion. Måske er, maybe it is. Måske er det fordi, jeg ikke sover nok. I don't sleep enough. Yeah. So actually here there's inversion even though you have fordi in the middle. Right? Because what's more important than that is that you have an adverb in the beginning. Right? Something that colors the sentence. Yeah. Or this one. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok. If I don't sleep enough. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok. And then inversion. Er jeg træt den næste dag. I'm tired the next day. Right? Let's look at that again. Here there's no inversion, the first one. Here there's inversion. Inversion again. Måske er det fordi, there's inversion. Hvis jeg ikke sover nok, er jeg træt. There's also inversion. There's a lot of inversion. But even though there's a lot, you still have to know the rules. You can't just add it randomly. It's a bit of hit and miss, but you want to know the rules. Alright, cool. And this is a little more interesting. Also some more context. Selvfølgelig kommer vi til festen i morgen. Og faktisk har vi glædet os hele ugen. Er det okay, hvis vi tager en flaske vin med? Du bliver så munter, når du drikker vin. Alright, let's slow down. Selvfølgelig kommer vi til festen i morgen. Now that really does create inversion, doesn't it? Selvfølgelig kommer vi. Selvfølgelig kommer vi til festen i morgen. Ikke? Gotta have inversion. You don't want to say, selvfølgelig vi kommer. Right? You can only say that if you, like I said before, you have like, selvfølgelig, right? Like in the end sentence, vi kommer til festen i morgen, but then they're not connected. So, or the next one, Faktisk har vi glædet os hele ugen. Actually, we've been excited all week, or we've been looking forward to it all week. Ikke? Har vi glædet os? We have been. Ikke? Ja. Har vi glædet os? But the third one. Er det okay, hvis vi tager en flaske vin med? Basically, is it okay if we bring a bottle of wine? Ikke? If we bring that to the party? And here there's no inversion. And there's no inversion because we have the conjunction in the middle. Right? If we put this over here, hvis det er okay, then there would be an inversion. Right? But there's not. It's here in the middle. So there's no inversion. And the same thing with the last one. Du bliver så munter, når du drikker vin. Du bliver så munter, når du drikker vin. You get so jolly or cheery or cheerful when you drink wine. Right? So the first sentence here, du bliver så munter, makes perfect sense on its own. And because it does that, there is no inversion in the second part. It's really that simple. Når du drikker vin. You could actually say that there's like two separate sentences, and the only thing connecting them is the når. I could say, du bliver så munter, you get so jolly. And I could also say, du drikker vin. Right? Two independent things, and I just connect them with the når. It's like that. Yeah. Wonderful. So it's really kind of easy. Now this one is something from one of the Danish stories I wrote, and I wrote a lot, so I just picked a little bit here. And as you see, there's no translation, but I'll just verbally translate. Eh? You will be told what's going on. I put the verbs in purple, and again the adverbs and prepositions and all that in blue. So, hvordan kan det være? Spørger I stjævnundrende. Jo, ser du, som du måske har bemærket, så har jeg kun et horn. Og hvis der er noget, der er eftertragtet i det kriminelle miljø i mit hjemland, så er det enhjørninghorn. Det er virkelig noget, der sælger godt. Isdjævlen lytter til hendes historie. Han er god til at se, når folk lyver, og indtil videre har Gudskøn ikke givet ham nogen grund til ikke at tro på hende. Now that's long, but it's really not that hard, and it's a very good practice. So look at this. Hvordan kan det være? Eh? We see the verbs here. Spørg. Now that's actually also inversion, but this is because it's a quote. Like when someone is quoting, either like they're asking, yelling, singing, saying, etc., then we also have inversion. So, spørg isdjævlen undrende. How can that be the ice devil? Made up word. It's a made up word. Don't walk around and say that. The ice devil as intrigued or wonderingly. Jo, ser du. Well, you see, som du måske har bemærket, as you may have noticed, right? Som du måske har bemærket. Now here there's inversion again. Måske har bemærket. Så har jeg kun et horn. Then I only have one horn. Right? Yeah. So, like then creates inversion. Og hvis der er noget, and if there is something, noget der er eftertragtet, something that is sought after or popular, there's demand, i det kriminelle miljø, in the criminal environment, right? In those circles, i mit hjemland, in my home country, så er det enhjørninghorn. Then it is unicorn horns. Is that even a word? Let's say it is. Så er det enhjørninghorn. Right? There's also inversion. Så er det. Then it is. Det er virkelig noget, der sælger godt. Det er virkelig noget, der sælger godt. And there is no inversion here, but there is der, and der is a conjunction, ikke? Something that sells well. Isdjævlen lytter til hendes historie. The ice devil is listening to her story. Han er god til at se, når folk lyver. He is good at seeing when people are lying. Og indtil videre. What is indtil videre? Indtil videre means like and so far or up until this point. So far, Gudskøn hasn't given him. Inversion again. Like, indtil videre har. The har comes right after. Right? Gudskøn hasn't given him nogen grund til ikke at tro på hende. Hasn't given him any reason not to believe her. Right? So this is really good. Like, of course, this is from a story, and I'll say you can do the same thing. Like grab some short story, one of mine or from a library or anywhere really. Like just grab some stories and maybe even better, like buy the book yourself, because then you can like highlight and you can ruin the book any way you want and with all your notes. So yeah, like really practice. Oh, there's inversion. Oh, there's not inversion. Like, and then slowly you will see the patterns emerging. Because like I said, it's not all that random. It's not just some thing we sprinkle on the text or the language. It's there for a reason, and there's a rule, or there are rules to it. So yeah. Well, I give you a few more examples. These are a bit out of context, but just, to really hammer it home. I dag er jeg glad. Today I'm happy. Selvfølgelig elsker jeg ham. Of course I love him. I Danmark spiser vi ikke den slags. In Denmark, we don't eat that kind of thing. På en måde er hun meget interessant. In a way, she's very interesting. Desværre kender hun ikke svaret. Sadly, she doesn't know the answer. Alright? Now, you already know the rules. I already told you. So let's just see how it is put together. I dag er jeg. Today I am. Right? Inversion. Selvfølgelig elsker. That is inversion. Selvfølgelig is an adverb. Selvfølgelig elsker jeg ham. I Danmark spiser. Right? Same thing. We got the verb here. And eat. Right? Spiser vi. På en måde, because it's in a way. And it's like location, even if it's not physical, but it's in a way. Right? Desværre kender hun ikke svaret. Sadly, she doesn't know the answer. Because desværre is an adverb. Right? And it adds spice, flavor, if you will, to the sentence. Yeah. Now, that was a lot of fun. There have been so many examples today. And you can rewatch this video, and you can also look at the slides if you have them. Then you can really like print them out and put them on your wall or whatever helps you, because it just helps you so much to keep seeing it again and again. Because when you get out there in the real world, you want to keep this in mind. You want to keep practicing. But by understanding and memorizing the rules in this video, you will master Danish verb inversion. Like, you will have it down. You will escape this, I don't know what you want to call this, hell. Some people describe it as where inversion is just this annoying thing. Because it doesn't have to be annoying. It doesn't have to be difficult. It really is this simple. Now, there is something that's more like adverb. Verb inversion is based on clauses. And it changes sort of the place of the adverb and the verb next to each other. But we'll get to that another time, because I like to focus on one thing at a time. So today was verb inversion. And the meaning is, we finished on time. Okay, so what are the options here? Vi blev færdige til tiden. Vi blev færdige til tiden. Vi er færdige på tiden. Vi bliver færdige til tiden. Okay, let's take a second here and think about it. Which one is correct? Færdig til tiden. There's a lot of færdig here, so that's the key word. But alright, let's see what the answer is. Vi blev færdige til tiden. The second one. Now let's look at the different ones. So the first one is færdig, and like this. But there's a problem. There is no E. And we gotta have E because it's plural and it's flertal, as we call it in Danish. It's more than one person. So it cannot be the first one. You gotta have the E. Now this one, vi er færdige på tiden. You might be tempted to think it's this one because it's like, oh, on time, på tiden. But it's just not correct. We don't say it like that. It's gotta be til tiden. That is the way. And the fourth one, vi bliver færdige til tiden, is also wrong because bliver is, what is that? It's the present tense. Right? So you don't want to do that because this is the past. We finished. Vi blev færdige. So færdig means like done or finished. It's kind of like we became finished or we became done. I know that's very weird in English, but that's like a very literal translation. Right? Så vi blev færdige til tiden. That's the way. Okay. Now the next one is, you're right about that. So it's a very short sentence. What are the options? Du er rigtig om det. Det har du ret om. Det har du ret i. Det er du rigtig med. I think a lot of you will have problems with this. And it's okay, it's a part of learning, but think about it. You're right about that. Rigtig om det har du ret om, det har du ret i, det er du rigtig med. Alright, let's go to the next slide and find out. Det har du ret i. Okay, why is that? Well, let's start with the wrong ones. Du er rigtig om det. Don't say that. Don't ever say that, okay? If you want to say that someone is right, you at least got to remember the word ret, right? Because rigtig is more like an answer is correct, or like this is the right one. But if someone is right about a point, about a claim, then it's har ret, like not rigtig. So, not the first one. Also, it's not You might be tempted to think it's because, is about. Yeah, but you cannot always do it like that from Danish to English or English to Danish. It's not always so easy. Sometimes it is, but not here. So the second one, det har du ret om. Again, wrong preposition. Right? You don't say det har du ret om. That's not right. And the fourth one, det er du rigtig med. It's just kind of nonsense, to be honest. It's, So det er du rigtig med, you can't say that. Ikke? Med means with, so maybe some people would be tempted to say that. But no, it's wrong. It is just wrong. The right answer is, det har du ret i. Right? That's how it is. Det har du ret i. You have right. Just like in, Spanish and Italian, like you have right or you have reason. Moving on. I feel like singing, like I want to sing, I'm in the mood. What are the options? Jeg har lyst til at synge. Jeg føler at synge. Jeg har lyst til synge. Jeg føler at syngende. Okay, these all look quite similar. Take a second to think about it. Lyst til at synge, føler at synge, har lyst til at synge, føler at syngende. What could it be? Let's see what the answer is. Jeg har lyst til at synge. The first one. This is the way. Now, I've talked about this before, and you've seen it in so many videos. This har lyst til, feel like doing, want to do. But maybe some of you didn't catch it yet. So the second one, jeg føler at synge, is wrong, because føler is feel, like actually having a feeling or feeling something. But remember, the English feel like doing, English ingerund, as they call it, is when you want to do something. It's not like you directly feel. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not here to like teach you English or anything, but just to keep that in perspective when you're thinking about what feel actually is. Så, jeg føler at synge, that is just wrong. Now the third one, jeg har lyst til synge, it's a bit closer, but we are missing something. We are missing the at. We gotta have the at. At synge. You always want to have the at before the infinitive. The vast majority of the time you want to put an at before the verb in infinitive. What is infinitive? Infinitive means that it ends with an E, right? And of course, there are some that end with other letters, but they are exceptions. And the fourth one. Jeg føler at syngende. Now this one, it almost hurt me to write. It was so weird. It was so weird. No, the reason why I wrote it is because syngende is a word. Syngende means singing, or singingly, if you will. Sort of like you're doing it in a singing manner, right? Like you're doing something while singing. So it's kind of like an adjective verb. It's like a mix, kind of becomes an adverb. And then some people, like especially if your mind is all in English, then you're like, singing, what's the closest? Syngende. No, it's not that, right? All this like present continuous, you don't want to translate that directly to Danish. Or gerund, just the ing, remember that. You don't want to translate that directly because you're going to get some very, very strange sentences. I've seen it a lot over the past 7 years. So yeah, remember that. Jeg har lyst til at synge. Nice. Let's move on. That's natural. Okay, so that's natural. What we got here? I got some options. So this is a short sentence. Let's try to crack this. Det er naturligt. Det er naturligvis. Det er natur. Det er naturligt. They look similar, but you can see some differences. Det er naturligt. Det er naturligvis. Det er natur. Det er naturligt. All right, let's see what the answer is. Det er naturligt. Let's look at it. It cannot be the second one, because naturligvis is naturally, like, as an adverb. So I could say, det er naturligvis sandt, or something like that. It is naturally, of course, true. But that is an adverb. You cannot say det er and then adverb. It doesn't work. You can't say that. Så det er naturligvis, big no-no. Det er natur. Well, that is coherent grammatically, but it wouldn't make sense here because natur just means nature, like out in nature kind of thing. So it doesn't fit in this context. Right? Natur. And det naturligt, it's kind of easy to see, and there is no er, like the is. So det naturligt, although of course this can be frustrating for some learners, because when Danish people talk, like in real life, not now like in this video when I'm teaching you, but in real life it might be like det naturligt, right? But it's more like det apostrophe, right? Like a little. En af mine venner spiller bas. En af mine venner spiller bas. One of my friends plays bass, or the bass. So this is very straightforward. Like, en af mine venner, one of my friends. That's pretty much the same in English. Like it's a subset or division or part of. Right? So that is the same as in English. Pretty simple. En af mine venner spiller bas. En af mine venner spiller bas. And you can say it in different ways. Okay, næste. Hvor meget af kagen spiste du? Hvor meget af kagen spiste du? How much of the cake did you eat? So again, it's a part of something. Eh? Pretty straightforward. Hvor meget af kagen? And of course, it's important you say meget and not mange, because mange is like many, eh? So countable. But you have one cake, so it's a part of one thing. Right? Therefore, hvor meget. En stor del af tiden forstår vi ikke noget. En stor del af tiden forstod vi ikke noget. A big part of the time we didn't understand anything. so also pretty similar. Del is of course part, så en stor del af tiden, a big part of the time. Yeah, and then there's inversion, as I mention in almost every video, because it's so important. Forstod vi ikke noget, we didn't understand anything. The verb forstod coming before the subject, vi. Okay? En stor del af tiden forstod vi ikke noget. Okay. Here we have, this is where it starts to get a little bit tricky, because it's not like in English. Barnet blev opdaget af en nabo. Barnet blev opdaget af en nabo. The child was caught or discovered by a neighbor. I wrote both caught and discovered because I was thinking of a scenario where a kid was doing something bad, maybe stealing apples or something. So that's why I said caught. But it could also be positive, like maybe you're a musical talent and then you're discovered by someone. Right? So it could be that as well. Yeah, so the child was caught or discovered by a neighbor. Because in Danish, when you want to say done by, like eaten by or seen by or made by, then you need to use a. Right? So when it's done by someone or by something, then it's a. Blev opdaget af en nabo. It's actually very simple. Okay, now this next one is similar. Dette er en melodi af en tysk komponist. Dette er en melodi af en tysk komponist. This is a melody by a German composer. So again, a is by. You could say in this case, it's not really an action, right? Like it's just, there's a song or melody and it's written or composed by this person, but it's not so active. This is a melody by a German composer. And notice how componist, we put the stress on the ist. Right? Whenever you have a Danish word that ends with ist, you put the stress there at the end, unless you have a reason to suspect it would be somewhere else. Okay. This one. Hvad blev du inspireret af? Hvad blev du inspireret af? What were you inspired by? So again, a meaning by, right? Because you are passive, you are receiver, you're on the receiving end. So whatever's out there, something triggered your inspiration. What is that? Hvad blev du inspireret af? And this can also teach you how to use the passive, right? Hvad blev du inspireret af? Okay. Alright, so this is a little bit different. As you can see, the translation also changes to off. So 2 F's here. Hun faldt af hesten. Hun faldt af hesten. She fell off the horse. That sucks. So that is the same as in English, right? Faldt af, fell off. Faldt af, fell off, faldt af, fell off. Yeah. Hesten. Can't really say anything about that. It's very straightforward. This one. Jeg tog hatten af. Jeg tog hatten af. I took the hat off. I took off the hat. But in Danish, you have to put a at the end. You cannot say, jeg tog af hatten. Well, you could, but that would be like you pick something from within or inside the hat. That's different. So, jeg tog hatten af. I took the hat off. I took off the hat. And when we are taking something off, we're removing it, detaching it. That is a. Yeah, and same one here. Han tog tøjet af. Han tog tøjet af. He took the clothes off. He took off his clothes. Right? However you want to say it. Han tog tøjet af. Very simple. Okay, this is also like in English. Kongen af Norge rører aldrig. Kongen af Norge rører aldrig. The King of Norway never smokes. I don't know if you're ever gonna need to say that sentence, but it's here. So, this is the same. Right? Kongen af Norge. The King of Norway. Maybe I could say that, be careful with a word like this. Norge. Right? Don't say Norge or Norge. Right? Like you have to pronounce the G. Norge. Otherwise, you're gonna hear those sirens coming after you. Nah, but yeah, try to do it right. Right? Kongen af Norge rører aldrig. Alright. This one. Hun er medlem af en hemmelig klub. Hun er medlem af en hemmelig klub. She's a member of a secret club. Yeah. So, this is also like, organizations or institutions when you are enrolled. Then you can often say like, medlem af, because you're a member of something. Medlem. That's a good word. Hun er medlem af en hemmelig klub. Er du stolt af det, du gjorde? Er du stolt af det, du gjorde? Are you proud of what you did? Now, when I say this out loud, it kind of sounds like we're being skeptical. Like, hey, you messed up. You're proud of that? It doesn't have to be that necessarily, although that is the most common context in which this sentence is used. So, stolt af, proud of. That is the same as in English. Er du stolt af det, du gjorde? Are you proud of what you did? Now, there's a lot of these where it's the same as in English or very similar to English, but that doesn't mean you can just always think that. You can't always assume that, okay, it's the same as in English, because it's not. Right? Sometimes it is, other times it's not. So we always gotta pay attention to that. Alright, let's move on. Jeg er træt af at spille. Jeg er træt af at spille. Tired of playing. And yeah, like playing a game, card game, computer game, sports, anything like that. Træt af, tired of. Right? It's the same. Træt af at spille. Tired of playing. Yeah. This one. Jeg har fået nok af hans undskyldninger. Jeg har fået nok af hans undskyldninger. That's a long word. I've had enough of his excuses. So if you're fed up with something, like, oh, no more of that, I'm done with that, then you can say this. Jeg har fået nok af, and then the thing you're tired of. Right? Because you're just fed up with it. Jeg har fået nok af hans undskyldninger. This one. Du fik hjælp af en gammel mand. Du fik hjælp af en gammel mand. You got help from or by an old man. Now this is interesting because in English you would say got help from. He trains to become better. Alright, so we got 4 options here. Which one might it be? Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner at blive bedre. Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner for at blive bedre. They're very similar, I know. Now look at them. Look at the little differences. Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner at blive bedre. Han træner for at blive bedre. Han træner for at blive bedre. Nah. Take a second to think about it. Alright, let's see the answer. What is it? Han træner for at blive bedre. The first one. And why? Why is that the case? Well, let's take a look here at the other ones. The second one is han træner at blive bedre. Yeah, it's good that we have the ads, but something is missing, right? You gotta have the for. You gotta have that for before the ad. Han træner for at blive bedre. It's like that, right? It's very important. Third one, han træner for at blive bedre. Well, again, you're missing something. You're missing the ads. You gotta have both of them, right? In Danish, when you're doing something for a specific purpose, like I'm doing it in order to achieve something or to get a result, then you say for at, okay? You gotta have both. That's very important. And then the last one is of course wrong because you're missing the at, and also it's træne, and træne would be the infinitive, right? Like at træne, to train. So yeah, that's just totally wrong. So it is the first one. Han træner for at blive bedre, and that's how it is. Alright, cool. Går vi videre til den næste. Alright, so this one is, she is upset or sad. She's like, oh, like that, right? Alright. Hun er kedelig. Hun er upset. Hun er ked af det. Hun er kedelig. Ja. Hun er kedelig. Hun er upset. Hun er ked af det. Hun er kedelig. Which one could it be? Which one is it? Yeah. It is. Ready? Yeah, you are. Hun er ked af det. Hun er ked af det. The third one. Let's look at the other ones. The first one is kedelig. And kedelig, that is a word. You could say this, but it means something else. Kedelig means boring. Like she's a boring person. She's not fun to be around. So that's different. Hun er kedelig. She's boring. Hun er upset. Now, some of you might think this because you're like, well, upset, right? They're similar. But no, it's not the same. Upset is like determined. Alright? So like you're determined to do something. You're sort of putting your nose up. Like that's a very Danish thing to say. But yeah, so that's completely different. And then the last one, kedelig, is, well, you know, kedelig is boring. Kedelig with an E is also boring, but this is incorrect, like in any case, because kedelig is the plural, right? More than one person. So you cannot say hun er kedelig. You could say de er kedelige, like they are boring, eller vi er kedelige, and vi er kedelige is we are boring. But you cannot say hun er kedelig. That just doesn't match, alright? So therefore it's ked af det. Ked af det is like upset. Now some of you might know the word trist, and trist is also sad, and they do overlap a lot. But trist could also just be like the feeling, or the vibe, the atmosphere, you know, like blue, gloomy, sort of down, where ked af det is specifically like something made you upset. Right? Like you say en trist sang, en trist historie, en trist film, trist digt, etc. Like all these pieces of art or whatever. But ked af det, they can only be a person or an animal, right? Someone that's able to feel emotions. And that's how it is. Alright, cool. Now this one is, it feels good to be praised. Okay, it feels good to be praised. Let's see. Det føles godt at være rost. Det føler godt at rost. Det føles godt at blive rost. Det føles god at blive rost. Interesting. Let's take a good look at these. Det føles godt at være rost. Det føler godt at rost. Det føles godt at blive rost. Og det føles god at blive rost. Maybe you know. Maybe you know the answer. Let's see what it is. It is... Det føles godt at blive rost. The third one. Why? Well, the first one up here. Det føles godt at være rost. You might be tempted to say this, because you're like, well, være is be, so at være to be. And that is correct if you're talking about being something. At være glad, to be happy. But not when you are the object. Not when you're talking about something passive. So when something is being done to someone or something, then it's at blive, right? Then that is be instead of være. And this is a very, very common mistake. I've seen it from a lot of students and learners in general, so be aware and pay attention. The second one, det føler godt. Yeah, again, that's something missing here that is super obvious. And also it has an R, which is not correct, because you gotta have the S, right? When you are describing a feeling, like you're receiving something or some action, then we say det føles, and then whatever. Right? Det føles godt, det føles skidt, det føles dejligt, det føles mærkeligt, whatever. And notice that there is always a T. Which brings me to the last one. Det føles god. No, because here it works more as an adverb, right? Like it feels good because it's the way the action is. So therefore you say det føles godt. And it's also wrong to say at bliver, because bliver is the present tense. You cannot have the present tense after at. Right? So that's also very important to keep in mind. The right one is det føles godt at blive rost. And that's the way it is. Alright, cool. Then we take this one. She's afraid of flying. Okay. Let's see. Hun er bange for fly. Hun er bange for at flyve. Hun er bange af at flyve. Hun er bange flyve. Hun er bange for fly. Hun er bange for at flyve. Hun er bange af at flyve. Hun er bange flyve. Which one is it? Yeah. Alright, let's see what it is. Hun er bange for at flyve. The second one. Let's look at that. The first one, this... Hun er bange for fly. Now, you could say that. It is possible, but fly is not flying. Fly is plane, airplane. You could also say flyvemaskiner, right? But fly is acceptable. It's totally fine as well. So, fly. Hun er bange for fly. That would just means that. That would mean that she's afraid of airplanes. Different thing. And the third one, hun er bange af at flyve. Well, that is just a wrong preposition. Again, you might be tempted to say this because you have the of here. And you're like, well, of is a. And yeah, sometimes it is, but not in this case. I made another video about that. You can check it out. But when you're afraid of something, it's very important to say bange for. Hvad er du bange for? Jeg er bange for hekse, monstre, mumier, zombie, or whatever it might be. On this case, at flyve, flying. So yeah, pay attention to that. Bange af at flyve. That is not the way. And the last one, hun er bange flyve. I think everyone here can see that it's wrong because there's no preposition, and that is just not right. Right? Also, you gotta have that at. You always gotta have the at before the infinitive. So yeah, hun er bange for at flyve. Alright. So this one, this might be a little tricky for some of you at least. Do you have what it takes? So like there's some goal, challenge, obstacle, and you're like, it takes something, and it requires something of you. Do you have it? Har du, hvad det tager? Du har, hvad der skal til. Have du, hvad det tager? Har du, hvad der skal til? They look quite similar, at least some of them. What could it be? Do you have what it takes? Har du hvad det tager? Du har hvad der skal til. Have du hvad det tager? Har du hvad der skal til? Let's see what the answer is. Har du hvad der skal til? The last one. Interesting. Now the first one here. Har du hvad det tager? We just don't say that. I think that would be a very direct translation. And I think I said it before, but I'm gonna say it again. When you want to translate something, let's say you're doing it from English, because you might be doing that, a lot of you, be aware that the more idiomatic or colloquial it is in English, the higher the chance of it being wrong in Danish. Like if it's very plain, like very literal, like jeg spiser morgenmad nu, I'm eating breakfast now, there's not really any room for a mistake. But something like, what does it take? Right? That is not clear because take could mean many things. So therefore, if you just take the direct translation of ta or tager, it becomes pretty weird. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, really be aware of that. These direct translations, they're gonna not do you any favors, let me put it that way. Now the second one, du har hvad der skal til. This could work as another sentence if I removed the question mark and just put a punctuation here, a period, because that is just a statement, right? If I want to say, you have what it takes, and like it's not a question, it's a statement, and I'm saying that. Du har hvad der skal til. Sure, but that's a statement, so it's not right in this case. Then a third one is have du. I mean, I can't even say it, this is so weird. Have du. I think most of you see that is wrong, because have, that is infinitive, and you don't want infinitive popping up like that. Infinitive is like after an at, at least you gotta have another verb before that. So yeah, that's just not right. That's why you can't say that. And also it has ta again. That's no. Har du hvad der skal til? That's the one. Jeg har hvad der skal til for la 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 la. The thing you want to do. Beautiful. Okay, jeg tager den næste her. Yeah, this is some good stuff. I'm happy for you. So this is meant as in someone has some good news and you're sort of happy for them. Like, oh, that's great, I'm happy for you. Sort of on their behalf. Yeah, you're feeling their joy. So let's see what we got here. Jeg er glad for dig. Jeg er glad på dine vegne. Jeg er glad til dig. Jeg er glad på din vej. Jeg er glad for dig. Jeg er glad på dine vegne. Jeg er glad til dig. Jeg er glad på din vej. Alright, what we gonna do here, guys? Alright, let's see what it is. Jeg er glad på dine vegne. And this is important because, well, let's just take them one by one. The first one, jeg er glad for dig. I think a lot of you would be tempted to say this because you're like, well, glad for dig, happy for you, right? But no. If you say, jeg er glad for dig, that means that you like them very deeply. Like, has to be a very good friend or family member or a love interest. Like, you have certain fondness, right? So don't say that. I mean, you can, but just be aware of what you're saying. It has a different meaning than what you might expect. So yeah, jeg er glad for dig is different. And this one, jeg er glad til dig, is just, well, nonsense. You're not gonna hear that. Jeg er glad til dig. Not gonna happen. It's just weird. It's just non-existent. Jeg er glad på din vej. Yeah, I just kind of put that in there to throw you guys off because you have vegne here, but it's a different word. So glad på din vej, like I'm happy, like someone has a road or a street and then you're standing there like, I'm standing here on your road, on your way, and I'm happy. It's kind of weird, eh? So grammatically possible, but very hard to imagine an actual scenario where that happens. No, it is jeg er glad på dine vegne, because vegne is like behalf, right? So I'm happy on your behalf. You could also say it in another context, jeg taler på hans vegne, I speak on his behalf, eller på vegne af, on behalf of. That's also a thing. But in this case, it's like, hey, congratulations, man, that's awesome, happy for you, right? Kind of like that. So yeah, now you know this, right? I think this is new information to a lot of you. Okay, næste. This one can also be tricky. So they had an argument, like a fight. They're like a quarrel, verbal fight. Alright, what are the options? De havde et argument. De havde en slåskamp. De havde et skænderi. De havde en fejde. De havde et argument. De havde en slåskamp. De havde et skænderi. De havde en fejde. This might be the hardest one today, cause yeah. Let's see what the answer is. De havde et skænderi, the third one, because, let's see. De havde et argument. Don't say that, unless you mean a specific argument, like in discussion, like you have some intellectual discourse, and someone's like, well, this is my argument. It's an argument for a point, or for a case, not an argument like a fight. It is different. That is what argument is. So de havde et argument is correct, but different. It doesn't apply here. De havde en slåskamp. That is interesting, and it's also grammatically correct, but again, different meaning, because slåskamp is a physical fight. You could call it a fist fight, although slås just means fight or fighting, so it doesn't say it has to be with fists or hands or legs or heads or whatever you're doing, right? But that is a physical fight. Slåskamp, like at slås, to fight. In the like violent way, not to fight for something like a cause, but like don't, like, so yeah. And de havde en fejde, the last one. Fejde is feud, right? You know, like in English, feud between rivaling parties or whatever it might be. Fejde. So again, that's correct, but it has a different meaning. So that is not the same as an argument. It has a fight, which is like a single occurrence. So that is the difference. Skænderi, right? De havde skænderi, because skænderi is like a fight, a verbal fight, an argument, a quarrel, if you will. It comes from at skændes. At skændes is to fight, like and then skænderi is the noun. You know, we have a lot of nouns in Danish ending with ri, right? And then a little bonus info, when they end with ri, that is also where you put the stress. Okay? Skænderi. De havde et skænderi. Oh yeah. Alright. Let's move on. Next one we have is, she looks so sweet or cute. Now the reason why I put these two words here is because sød means both. Alright? And that can be annoying maybe, but in Danish it's the same word. So yeah. What are the options? Hun set så sød. Hun så så sød ud. Hun ser så sød ud. Hun så så sød ud. Alright, think about it. Hun set så sød. Hun så så sød ud. Hun ser så sød ud. Hun så så sød ud. There's a lot of S's here. What do you think? Let's find out. The answer is hun så så sød ud. And this is not a mistake, okay? Why would I have the same word twice? Well, it's just the same spelling, but they're pronounced differently, okay? So is saw or looked and så is so, and like so sweet, so cute. So they're spelled the same, but they have different pronunciation and different meaning. Hun så så sød ud. Hun så så sød ud. Hun så så sød ud. She looks so sweet, cute. Up in the top, set. Don't say set, because set is seen, and present perfect. Har set, have seen, or has seen. So that is different. It doesn't work here. And also it's missing the ud. You gotta have the ud. So that's another problem. The second one. Hun så så sødt ud. The problem is sødt, right? Because sødt is, well, it's the adjective, but it's with the T. And you can't say that about a person as an adjective. You could say hun sov sødt, and like she slept sweetly. That's weird English, but like the way she was sleeping was sweet or cute. Sov sødt. But that's as an adverb. As an adjective, you cannot say T about people. Like you cannot put T to the adjective when you're talking about people. We don't do that. Yeah. Hun ser så sød ud is also wrong, because ser is, I think you might know it, ser means, well, see or look, right? The present tense. So that's not gonna work, because remember, looked. Therefore, hun så så sød ud. Okay? That's how it is. Hun så så sød ud. Alright. We got this one. Let's see. Now he is king. Okay, it's kind of simple. Nu er han konge. Nu han er konge. Nu er han kong. Nu er han konge. Nu er han konge. Nu han er konge. Nu er han kong. Nu han konge. Which is correct? Yeah, I think most of you have guessed it already. Nu er han konge. The first one. Why? Well, the second one, it has a classic problem, a mistake that some of you might be very familiar with, all of you. It lacks inversion. You gotta have inversion, because no describes something with time. Or it's like no, now, senere, later, i dag, today, i morgen, tomorrow, yada yada, nogle gange, sometimes, altid, always. You gotta have inversion, okay? So, no han er konge, you might be tempted to say that because you're doing direct translation from English, but you don't do that. You gotta have that inversion. It's really, really important. I think it's the most common mistake for all learners. Really, no matter where you're from, it seems to be a challenge. But there are rules, and I made another video about it, so have no fear. You can check that out. Alright, and the third one, nu er han kong. Well, that's the wrong word. It's not kong, it's konge. Then you might be thinking, oh, but is there something called kong? Yes, there is, but that is the title. So you have, we're gonna have Kong Frederik one day, or Kong, well, Charles. That is in the title, but a king, or just as a job description, which it kind of is here, it's konge. That's like the original word. So yeah, nu er han konge, not kong. And of course there's King Kong, but that's different. Alright. Nu er han konge. Yeah, that's. I mean, I think you can tell that that's not the way, because there's no verb. You gotta have a verb. Come on, like nu er han konge. Yeah. Although to be fair, in real life, you know, we can be kind of annoying Danish people. I know that, right? Because we talk like this. We talk like there's no air. It's kind of like nu er han konge. Nu er jeg glad. Nu er jeg træt. Nu er det tid. Like, now it's time. You don't hear the air. So the way that could sort of be spelled is like no apostrophe and then that action, like without air. But I don't want to encourage you to write like that, because it's not really correct. You can do it like in songs and chat, messenger, WhatsApp, whatever you're doing. But like, if you're writing something just a little bit serious, stay away from that, right? So yeah. Okay, we have one left here. This very, very useful sentence. You're gonna use this a lot in your life. I know. Can you imagine a blue wolf? Yeah. Alright. What are the options? Kan du imaginere en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blåt ulv? Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blå ulv? Og ulv. Yeah, you can sort of mix it up like ulv og ulv. So, ulv. Kan du imaginere en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blåt ulv? Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? Kan du forestille en blå ulv? Take your time, think about it. Tag lige noget vand imens. Yeah, that's nice. Alright, let's see what the answer is. Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? That is the answer. So the other ones here, they have problems. And what are those? Kan du imaginere en blå ulv? That's not good. Because imaginere, yeah, you might be feeling like, well, imagine, imaginere, it's similar. Yeah, but imaginere would translate to imaginary. Right? The adjective, like something that doesn't exist. So that is a different word. Right? We don't have imaginere, that's not really a thing in Danish, so don't do that. Imaginere is a different word. Kan du forestille en blåt ulv? Well, there are two problems here. We're missing the die, and it says blot. No, because blot is for it nouns. Like et blåt hole, like a blue head, et blåt vindue, a blue window, et blåt glass cup, whatever, right? So it has to be something with it. So you say blot. And yeah, the pronunciation changes from blå to blah, and like blah. That sounds funny, but it becomes blot. Right? So yeah, also very important to keep in mind. And the last one, kan du forestille en blå ulv? Yeah, it's close, but it's missing something. It's missing the die. You gotta have the die, D-I-G, down here, because it's one of the reflexive verbs. Right? We have some of these verbs that are like at forestille sig, at hygge sig, at kunne tænke sig, and so on. There are many of those. And then of course, in the first person would be mig, and the second person would be die, and then it's us. You can imagine how that goes, right? And forestille is one of them. Kan du forestille dig en blå ulv? Can you imagine a blue wolf? Amazing.